Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 10 minutes. At this time, we invite you to bring your lunch into the presentation area and take your seat. Thank you. your seats. Our program begins momentarily. As a courtesy to your neighbor, please take a moment to silence all mobile devices. Again, our program begins momentarily. Please find your seat. Thank you. And now, please welcome to the stage, Executive Director of the BlueGreen Alliance, Jason Walsh.
Good afternoon, folks. I want to thank you all for being here today. Our speakers, panelists, moderators who we're looking forward to hearing from, and of course our organizational partner in crime on this summit, Third Way. For those of you who are not familiar with the BlueGreen Alliance, we are a national coalition of labor unions and environmental organizations. The principle that unites all of our coalition partners is a bedrock belief that we should not have to choose between good jobs and a clean environment, that we can and must have both. To make this principle a reality, BGA works alongside many of you to help ramp up clean domestic manufacturing while ramping down industrial emissions. This requires a holistic strategy that uses all of the tools in the industrial policy toolbox, including procurement, investment, and trade policy. Today, we're here to talk about one of those tools, Buy Clean. If you're here for live music, I don't know how to say this tactfully. You're a little early. Come back in about 10 hours. But before I get to Buy Clean as a solution, let's identify the problem we're trying to solve. And to put it succinctly, in years past, industrial emissions have been going up while U.S. manufacturing has been going down. We want to reverse direction on both of those counts. For decades, too many on Wall Street and Capitol Hill viewed the outsourcing of U.S. manufacturing as acceptable, even good, for efficiency. That logic was dead wrong. Many of us have witnessed firsthand how the erosion of U.S. manufacturing, often under unfair trade deals, has not only shuttered factories, but hollowed out communities. Workers lost a primary source of good, high-paying, often union jobs. Communities lost tax revenues that pay for vital public services. And our nation lost much of its industrial base. That's both the backbone of modern economies and the muscle of technology and business innovation. Numerous studies have shown that the decline in U.S. manufacturing has exacerbated U.S. economic inequality. Less well known is that this decline has also contributed to racial inequality, as black workers have endured some of the biggest manufacturing job losses. So we need to revitalize American manufacturing for several reasons, all of them essential. To restore deindustrialized communities, to offer workers viable pathways into the middle class, to secure more reliable supply chains, and to build a more equitable society. But there's a catch. Industry is also a significant source of emissions. The industrial sector produced nearly a third of U.S. climate pollution when accounting for its electricity use. And it's one of the only sources of greenhouse gas emissions projected to rise in coming decades. Yet in recent years, prior to the advent of the Biden administration and the 117th Congress just completed, policy solutions to address industrial emissions have been few and far between. At the same time, the outsourcing of U.S. manufacturing has made global industrial emissions worse, not better. That's because production has largely shifted to countries with weaker environmental and labor standards and more emissions-intensive manufacturing. The U.S. now imports many goods that we used to make here with lower emissions. In fact, today, the amount of CO2 embodied in the goods we import produced in other countries is so large that it equals the total CO2 emissions of all U.S. factories combined. Think about that. We lost all of those jobs, experienced all of that economic pain, while actually increasing global greenhouse gas emissions. The legacy of outsourcing has been as bad for our climate goals as it has been for manufacturing workers in this country. Enter Buy Clean. If we get the details right, Buy Clean, coupled with investments in U.S. manufacturing, passed by the previous Congress, has the potential to take on both of these problems at the same time, reducing industrial emissions while supporting clean domestic manufacturing growth. Buy Clean essentially says that when the government uses taxpayer money to purchase materials like steel and concrete for buildings or bridges, that contracts should go to factories that are cleaning up their production. This helps fill an enormous hole in the push to reduce industrial emissions, which is demand. Until now, there hasn't been much of a market, if any, for cleaner steel or concrete. Buy Clean aims to use the government's vast purchasing power to change that, to create that market for clean production of materials that form the bedrock of our economy. It's an absolutely critical piece of the climate puzzle. But why would this support U.S. manufacturing jobs? Well, because U.S. factories are already among the cleanest in the world and poised to become cleaner. They effectively have a comparative carbon advantage over factories located in some of our biggest competitor countries. For example, U.S. steel mills are, on average, the cleanest among the world's largest steel producers. Without Buy Clean, government agencies often purchase infrastructure materials from the lowest bidder. This practice risks outsourcing U.S. tax dollars to overseas manufacturing corporations that exploit workers and dump pollution. Buy Clean levels the playing field by rewarding the hundreds of thousands of workers in U.S. factories that are cutting emissions of all kinds while making the raw materials for our infrastructure. And it works in tandem with Buy American, which already requires federal agencies to buy iron, steel, and other construction materials from U.S. manufacturers for public infrastructure projects. Buy American is the foundation that Buy Clean builds on. The two work together to convert our tax dollars into family-sustaining wages for American workers while reducing a major source of climate pollution. That's the win-win we're looking for. Our coalition first proposed the idea of Buy Clean several years ago in California, where we worked with environmental, labor, and industry partners to make it a state law. Let me emphasize the breadth of that coalition, because really it's the secret sauce of Buy Clean's momentum. I can't think of many other major policy proposals, if any, that enjoy backing like that from leading unions, environmental groups, and industry alike. Since California, Buy Clean has expanded to even more states, and today, thanks to the leadership of President Biden and his administration, Buy Clean will now guide the purchases of the U.S. federal government, the largest purchaser on earth. The Biden administration is stating loud and clear with both words and deeds: we cannot and need not choose between a livable climate and good, high-paying jobs in our country. That's why the administration has led the way in making Buy Clean the law of the land. Speaking of leading, let me now introduce our first speaker, General Services Administrator Robert Carnahan. Administrator Carnahan has been at the helm of GSA for the past 2 years, managing a nationwide real estate portfolio of nearly 370 million square feet and overseeing approximately $75 billion in annual contracts. Given GSA's substantial purchasing power, the agency plays a critical role in implementing Buy Clean at the federal level. And having previously been elected twice to serve as Missouri's Secretary of State, Administrator Carnahan has a firsthand understanding of government at various levels, critical for tying together the federal and state Buy Clean efforts. On September 13th of last year, Administrator Carnahan was joined by Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and our other esteemed keynote speaker today, National Climate Advisor Ali Zaidi, on a trip to Cleveland, the Cleveland Cliffs Hot Briquetted Iron Plant, a United Steelworkers represented facility, I might add, in Toledo, Ohio. That event kicked off the announcement that the federal government would prioritize the purchase of key low-carbon construction materials under Buy Clean. Administrator Carnahan, thank you for championing Buy Clean, and thank you for being here. Please join me in welcoming Administrator Carnahan to the podium. Thank you, Ms. Carnahan.
Well done. All right. Well, thank you, Jason, and everybody for being here this afternoon. It's great to be with you. I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk about how far we have come by working together, folks from the advocacy community, the labor community, the business community, to meet what is a unique and important moment. It's a time where we get to transition our country to a clean energy economy. And if you think about major transitions that have happened in economies over the world, we are living through one right now. We're getting to help shape that transition. And I couldn't be prouder to be part of this administration in doing that. Now, I don't need to tell you all about the urgency of this moment, because it couldn't be greater to protect our national security, to increase our global competitiveness, to create good-paying American jobs, to save taxpayers money, and of course, to make the planet healthier for our kids. The good news is that for the first time ever, we have both momentum and money at the same time to do that. Now, I know that that did not happen by accident. It happened because of a lot of intentionality by people that are in this room, and certainly the BlueGreen Alliance helped with that. So I would just like everybody to just take a beat and look around and think for a second about where we were about a year ago. Because we have come a long way. To be able to have now the historic bipartisan infrastructure law passed, the investments that that's going to make, to have the IRA passed, and just the unbelievably generational change that that's going to make. Like, look around. Like, give yourself some applause. Well done, all of you, for bringing this coalition together to make this happen. But don't celebrate too long, because there is a lot of work to be done. The administration and the president have set very, very ambitious goals, and those include GSA and every agency in the government. So I want to talk a little bit about what GSA is doing in all of this, because we're going to need your help to get it done. First, let me just remind everybody that we at GSA manage one of the largest real estate portfolios in the country. It's over 8,000 buildings. Our goal is to transition that entire portfolio of federal buildings into zero emissions by 2045. Okay? We're also the biggest buyer of power, along with the Defense Department. And in doing that, we have an intention of transitioning all of the purchasing of power by the federal government, get this, to carbon-free electricity by 2030. Told you it was ambitious. Also happen to be the largest fleet operator of vehicles. So we have a fleet of over 240,000 vehicles. The postal fleet's also big. DOD has vehicles. And our intention there is to also transition to zero emission vehicles for light duty vehicles by 2027, not that far from now, and fully that entire fleet by 2035. The fourth thing GSA does is we buy a lot of stuff for agencies, over $80 billion worth of products every year. And the idea is that we know that we can leverage that buying power to create demand and new market opportunities for Buy American and Buy Clean. And that's what we intend to do. Now, let me be clear. To me, all of this investing represents what I always talk about as a triple win. It's a win for creating good paying American jobs, fostering American innovation, helping national security. That's number one. It's also a win for reducing energy costs and saving taxpayer money. Third win is it's obviously good for the planet and our future. So the good news is we're already getting started on all of this. The IRA provided GSA with over $3 billion in 3 buckets of money. So I want to talk a little bit about those buckets because I need y'all to help send people our way to take advantage of this. We have about $2 billion to invest in low embodied carbon building materials to modernize federal facilities from coast to coast. We got almost $1 billion to support emerging and sustainable technologies. And I want to talk more about that in a minute. And then we have $250 million to convert our federal facilities into high-performance green buildings. We are absolutely committed to being good stewards of this money and making sure they have the biggest possible impact. And for this group today, I just really want to highlight the connection between Buy American and Buy Clean. Because this administration knows that we can do both of those things. We don't have to choose. We can do both if we're intentional about doing that. And we know that the impact of investing those U.S. dollars here in the United States and having the result be a cleaner economy is within our grasp. So Buy Clean for us starts with Buy American, and it is clear that it's going to help both move toward our emission goals, but also to put that money to work here in the United States. And I want to just spend a couple of minutes talking about what we intend to do with this IRA money. So I mentioned that bucket of money for building materials. If you think about things that we as the government buy a lot of, asphalt, concrete, glass, and steel. That's the big 4 of things we spend money on. Turns out those 4 things also are pretty heavy emitters of carbon to get them produced, so in the supply chain. So what we want to do is figure out how to reduce that supply chain emission. And so when we talk about this low embodied carbon products that we're buying, these are the 4 that we're going to be focused on first. And I will tell you that along with our big vehicle fleet, these supply chain emissions are, a thing that we know we can make an impact on. Decarbonizing the industrial sector is going to be central to tackling the climate crisis. And we know that, as Jason said, nearly 1/3 of domestic greenhouse gas emissions come from that sector. So what are we doing about it? Well, we have held a lot of roundtables. We've reached out to industry partners. Our intention is to have ambitious goals, but achievable goals when it comes to reducing these emission targets. We've published RFIs on low embodied carbon and asphalt, and we've received lots of responses. So that's terrific. I don't know if anybody in this room has responded. If you have, thank you very much. If you haven't, I hope you'll keep an eye out because we need your opinions on this. And from those responses, we put together the nation's first standards for low embodied carbon concrete and asphalt. We did that last year. So that's pretty great, What did we learn by this? We found out that we could really reduce the emissions of those 2 products, the supply chain of creating that stuff, significantly without significant increases in cost. We've also already incorporated those standards into building standards. I've mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure law and the money that we got there, another about $3.5 billion. We do a lot of work with land ports of entry. So if you think about border stations on the northern and the southern borders, we're doing 26 of those. Those include, guess what? Lots of concrete and asphalt. And so we are deploying these right now. We've already completed 7 projects that use these standards worth $60 million. We have 21 more in the pipeline. And here's what we're seeing so far. Number one, using recycled content and aggregate for concrete and asphalt makes a ton of sense. And on average, it's already been at least 20% of reclaimed materials. The second thing we found is that small businesses, we want to make sure they can compete in all of this, are doing great. And that so far, the winning contractors for these materials and projects have gone to small contractors and small and disadvantaged businesses. So we're doing right by America's biggest job creators by helping in this way. And the third thing, as I mentioned before, is we found that the cost really isn't significantly higher. So it turns out just asking folks to do the right thing was all it took. It was all it took. So what we're striving to do is to have more impacts and more outcomes like this so that we can create these good jobs in local communities, we can support manufacturing and use those sustainable building materials while we do it. We can demonstrate that this is good for American business, it's good for our economy, it's good for our workers, and it's good for the environment. The second bucket of money I mentioned, which is about $1 billion, is for sustainable technologies. We have a thing called the Green Proving Ground, which is really terrific. If you don't know about it, look it up. It is basically allowing new companies and new innovations to test their products in federal facilities, which is pretty great. Because if they're then proven to work out in the wild, they can scale up either by selling to the government or otherwise. So again, we're looking at lots of opportunities there, including lots around the charging infrastructure, bidirectional charging, grid-efficient interactive buildings, and the like. We're actively looking for more partners in all of this, so if any of y'all know folks who are in that world, I hope you will send them to take a look at GSA's Green Proving Ground. The third bucket of money that I mentioned is for high-performance green buildings. Those are obviously to help with energy efficiency. We've been doing these kinds of projects for many years, but this is going to help us do even more with these ESCOs that do lots to reduce our energy consumption, water consumption, cut emissions, and save money. So that's what we're doing on the money front. How are we deploying that? But we're also doing something else that makes a big difference for our industry partners and to just escalate and move this process forward. And that is kind of a novel thing for government. We're all trying to speak with one voice. So that you don't have the DOE and DOD and EPA and CEQ and GSA and every acronym you can think of coming up with their own definitions of things and how you can interact with the government. We are working together and speaking with one voice. I've been in and out of government my whole life, and I will tell you I have never seen this level of active coordination. Last fall, as Jason mentioned, I was out with Secretary Buttigieg and Ali Zaidi at the Cleveland Cliffs. It was a fascinating experience, but also that was to announce the federal Buy Clean initiative. And that's expanded since then. It has 14 different agency partners, and that group represents 90% of the buys that the government does. So think about how powerful that is. The ability for us to really leverage our buying power as the government to make new markets, to send signals, and to really drive change. The good news is, as I said, this speaking with one voice is making a difference. We're reducing the hassle. So we have both. I always talk about carrots and sticks in government. We have two kinds of carrots, right? One is money, and the other is reducing hassle. And we're working hard on both of those things. The reason this is happening, obviously, is because we've got a president who is laser focused on making sure we can create that economy that is based on Buy America and Buy Clean. But we also know very clearly this isn't just a job for folks in government. This is going to take all of us to make this happen. And that's why I very much want to sort of leave you with asking for your help. And that is for feedback. You know that we're in the middle of, right now, some draft low embodied carbon specifications, even as we speak. We need to hear from industry. We need to hear from the advocacy community. We need to know what's realistic to get this done and move this forward. So I hope that you will do that. And I hope that you just join me and can see how excited I am by this moment that we're living in, where we have money and momentum at the same time to create these good paying jobs, to have this clean energy economy, to protect our national security, to reduce energy costs, to save money for taxpayers, and to help the planet. What's most exciting to me is, like, we've dreamed about this opportunity for a long time. But it's not a pie in the sky dream anymore. We're in the middle of delivering this right now. And it's not often in life that you get a chance to do that. We're able to steer this ship. And I hope all of you take advantage of this moment. So thank you all very much, and for all the work you're doing, come help us at GSA.
To lead the discussion on buying clean, leveraging federal purchasing power to secure climate and economic goals, please welcome our conversation moderator, Senior Manager at Breakthrough Energy, Abigail Rajitsky.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for taking time today to join us. I'm really excited to moderate this panel on what the federal government is doing, and excited to follow Administrator Carnahan's inspirational opening. So now I would love to welcome our panelists to the stage. We have Holly Elwood from EPA. Come on, Holly. I'll just do quick intros of everyone and then let them provide any additional details as they speak. Next, we have Jetta Wong from the General Services Administration, working with Administrator Carnahan. We have Andrew Wishnia from the Department of Transportation. And Tricia Miller from the White House Climate Policy Office. Wonderful. So I know we don't have a ton of time for each of our panels, so I am just going to jump right in and kind of leave the discussion to the panelists. But to start really, I'm really excited to hear from all of them and what, their agencies as well as White House and kind of overseeing this holistic approach to buy clean. What you all are doing, especially with regard to all the funding that has come through the Inflation Reduction Act, as we've heard from Jason and Administrator Carnahan. At EPA, $350 million for things like environmental product declarations, labeling the products that are low embodied carbon that we want the agencies to buy. Then, around $2 billion each at GSA and FHWA on actually purchasing these lower embodied carbon materials, and all of that wrapped into a whole of government approach that has already been started, before the Inflation Reduction Act, was even signed, and how this really fits into the strategy that's really been building for years now. So with that, I would love to just jump right in and start with you, Holly. As I mentioned, $350 million at EPA, you're really going to build the data infrastructure that everyone else is going to use to purchase these lower embodied carbon materials. Can you tell us a bit about how you all are really approaching that? And just love to hear your experience with that so far.
Awesome. Well, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the BlueGreen Alliance for including us in this really important conversation today. And I just want to thank everybody in the room who I know worked really tirelessly to get us to this moment. We really deeply appreciate that at EPA and really are excited to get to work with all of you on this important work. So what are we up to at EPA? We were given 4 key objectives that we need to meet under IRA. The first one is to define what we mean by substantially lower embodied carbon construction materials. We need to improve the data quality that forms the basis of all of this good work and try to harmonize the PCRs and the EPDs that are being developed. We need to provide EPD technical assistance to manufacturers to help them respond to this interest and be able to be a differentiator in getting more business from the federal government and purchasers globally. And then lastly, we need to stand up an eco-label to help purchasers be able to more easily identify and procure low embodied carbon construction materials. So our program, I'm part of EPA's Environmentally Preferable Purchasing Program. For 20 plus years now, we've been working with federal purchasers to help them procure more sustainable products and services. And we have really a deep experience in helping to develop and to assess and recommend environmental performance standards and eco-labels for use in federal purchasing. And I think that was probably why we were given this task, and we're really excited to be working in partnership with our sister agencies, with GSA and Federal Highways, and also, of course, with CEQ and HUD and FEMA and other agencies to really take advantage of this moment and to begin to create a very clear market signal that can help to shift the market towards making more sustainable construction materials available to all of us. So, so what have we done so far? I know we gotta get up and get going fast. So, and we're trying to do that. First, we have defined what we mean by substantially lower embodied carbon construction materials in something we issued called our interim determination. And that has been focused on the big four that Administrator Carnahan spoke about, steel, glass, cement, and asphalt. And I'm sure Tricia will talk about more with the Buy Clean Task Force work. We also have, when we issued a cover memo that comes with it, which talks about where we think we might be heading in the future and other materials and products that we might consider covering, because IRA told us that we needed to focus not only on the climate impacts happening in the production phase, but also the use and disposal phase of the process of manufacturing, using, and disposing construction materials. So we're thinking about, and we included in the cover memo, thinking about expanding to cover bio-based content products, recycled content products, Energy Star certified or FEMP designated products, renewable energy technology products, and any products and services that are meeting our recommended, EPA recommended standards and eco-labels that include criteria that get at reducing climate impacts of the production, use, and disposal phases of those products. We're really interested in seeing what people think about those ideas and excited to get some input on that. And that's what we have also spent a lot of time doing, is really starting at the beginning by seeking input from all of you. So the first thing we did is we issued an RFI to ask for input on a host of questions. And I'll apologize, we have 32 very detailed questions that we've asked, because there's a lot of really important questions that we need to get input on. We hope that people won't be daunted by the number of questions, and that you can really just focus in on the ones that are near and dear to your heart, that give you the opportunity to really speak to us about what's most important to you and what you think we really need to be aware of as we're working to build this work out. We also have hosted a few webinars that many of you, I think, have participated in. The first one was focused on what we can do to improve data quality and meet that goal of harmonizing PCRs and EPD work in the future. The second one was focused on what we can do to improve and ensure maximum use of our technical and financial assistance we're going to provide for EPD technical assistance. And then we are about to hold another webinar, the last one in our series, on April 19th, which is going to be about what we need to be thinking about to most effectively stand up a new label. So I'm really hoping that you will all participate in that. And if you're interested in getting to register for that webinar, please go to epa.gov/greenerproducts. And if you want to stay up to date on everything we're doing, you can send an email to embodiedcarbon@epa.gov, and we'll be happy to add you to our listserv. So.
Wonderful. Thanks, Holly, for giving your explanation of what EPA has been up to. I would love to turn to JEDA next. Really exciting to hear Administrator Carnahan's remarks on everything GSA is up to, but would love to hear from you any highlights that you'd like to build on, and really also building on what Holly has mentioned on the EPA kind of data infrastructure piece and how folks at GSA are going to be using that.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much to BlueGreen and Third Way for inviting GSA to participate in this panel. As Abigail said, my name is Jetta Wong, and I'm the Senior Advisor to Administrator Carnahan, and I work on all of the climate and energy activities of the agency. Before this, I was also actually a colleague of Jason Walsh's at the U.S. Department of Energy, and so I know how important the coalition is that has come together today and over the years to really be a support system for the Buy Clean initiative, and I just really want to say thank you to everyone. So you heard already all the great work that's going on at GSA related to low embodied carbon materials and the IRA. I'm just going to highlight a couple more things. The first thing is what Holly mentioned. Our work really does start with the EPA interim determination. As Administrator Carnahan said, it begins with Buy American, with then Buy Clean on top of that. And the interim determination says that, and we have to follow it because it's in the law, that we should focus first on the availability of products that are in the 20th percentile performance. If we can't get that in a location, it's not available, we can go to the 40th. And then if we can't find that, it's not available, we can go to better than average. And if we can't get that, GSA is still going to build buildings. We're still going to do renovations. We're still going to buy concrete, steel, asphalt, and glass. But we're not going to be able to use the IRA dollars unless it's a low embodied carbon material. So I think that's the most important thing for people to know. The second thing that people should know about the implementation of GSA's work, as the administrator said, we have 3 buckets of money: low embodied carbon materials, emerging and sustainable technologies, and green building funds. When GSA takes on a project, we don't just buy those 3 things. We actually renovate buildings. We want to make sure our federal buildings are in good shape. So we have to stack those buckets on top of each other. We have to say, we're going to use concrete in the foundation. We're going to have LEDs in our buildings. We're going to turn this into a green building and add new technologies. But those dollars are very narrow. And we actually need to also use appropriated dollars from Congress to actually fill out a whole project. So as you're engaging with GSA, keep that in mind, because we have to figure out how all of those pieces fit together. And the third thing I will mention is that we have to do all of that in about 3 years. So, and I say that because a lot of people think that the deadline is, I think, the 2030 deadline. But for us to spend our low embodied carbon material money, we have to obligate that money by September of 2026. It takes GSA sometimes 4 to 10 years to get a project into our budget, authorized, appropriated, designed, do a bid on construction, then obligating dollars. So to do all of those things around the materials and the projects, it's going to take a long time. So that's why GSA is moving so fast. That's why we've wanted to engage with all of you to make sure as we release those specifications, we're hearing from you, because we need to move fast. We want to move in a way that's informed by what you're doing.
Thanks, Jetta. Yeah, would love to turn to you next, Andrew, from the Department of Transportation's perspective. FHWA, another recipient of billions of dollars in IRA funding for these lower embodied materials. How are you all approaching the implementation of these kind of buy clean policies?
Thanks so much, Abigail. Just to take a step back, let me just thank the powerhouse team that we have on this stage. I mean, it's just such an honor and privilege to be working with Holly and Jetta and Tricia on this effort, and we need all hands on deck, particularly as we look in this work stream. So credit and kudos to everyone in this room to get us to this place and to move us to the next level. My sense of the problem statement is that it's probably important to articulate. So just to take a step back, in the transportation sector, according to the latest EPA data, transportation sector has somewhere around 27% of emissions within the United States. So that's the leading sector of emissions. But what EPA does is historically it's just looked at use emissions, as we have at the Department of Transportation and sort of across the interagency. So if you look at embodied carbon and industrial emissions, and you include life cycle emissions into sort of the problem statement, the problem's actually worse than it actually appears, which means we have a tremendous challenge on our hands. Tremendous challenge, particularly at the U.S. Department of Transportation. But it also means that we have a tremendous opportunity, particularly with the funds that have been provided through the bipartisan infrastructure law vis-a-vis eligibility, and the unique funds that are available through the Inflation Reduction Act. As my colleagues have mentioned, sort of what's in their stovepipe, what's in our stovepipe, but what's all connected, is we have a $2 billion discretionary grant within the Inflation Reduction Act that specifically looks at how we can incentivize and catalyze reducing emissions through low carbon materials. And we're going to have that program stood up in the months to come. And that is going to require, EPA, GSA, the White House, the whole interagency sort of rowing in the same direction. What we are also doing is embedding considerations of low carbon materials through our discretionary grant programs where applicable and appropriate with the law. So if you look across our discretionary grant programs, wherever possible, we're putting in additional considerations to make sure that folks are looking at life cycle emissions. Keep in mind that the U.S. Department of Transportation was founded in 1967. So over the course of the past 50 plus years, U.S. Department of Transportation's just looked at use emissions up until just about last year when Secretary Buttigieg issued a policy statement. It says we're actually going to look at life cycle emissions going forward. We need to look at the manufacturing, the transportation, the disposal, up and down the supply chain to make sure that we have a full accounting. That's one thing that was in our policy statement. Another thing that was in our policy statement is Secretary also articulated a desire to look at EPDs, environmental product declarations, and then to base a Buy Clean policy off of those environmental product declarations. And then the third piece is research and education. And so we are going to make an earnest effort to make sure that we look at research, education, environmental product declarations, weaving considerations into all of our discretionary grants, prioritizing the $2 billion that's in the Inflation Reduction Act, and doing whatever we can to support the extraordinary expertise that's on the stage and that's across the interagency. Lastly, let me just say there's an incredible amount of energy in this space, and we need to continue, I think, that momentum to make sure that folks understand the opportunity that's available to us. So thanks so much again for having us here and for continuing to lift up this work.
Thanks, Andrew. Finally, would love to bring Tricia into the conversation from where you sit at the White House. Really would love to hear from you kind of the holistic vision of Buy Clean, how all of these efforts and agencies represented here, but other agencies as well, are really fitting together in the whole of government approach that the administration is taking.
Great. Thank you, Abigail. And I also just want to extend my thanks to Third Way and the BlueGreen Alliance for hosting us here today. I remember being at a convening, I think it was back in 2019, and the work that was happening on Buy Clean at the time was a mix of practitioners from various states and cities who had adopted Buy Clean or were moving in that direction, and leadership from across labor, industry, the NGO community, this civil society that, I just am in awe of how far we've come in just a couple short years. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you to those who've been here from the beginning, because it's a remarkable transformation that can only happen when we have alignment in the public sector and the private and NGO community. And that's really, I think, the best of all worlds here with Buy Clean is that, we at the federal government have been able to learn from states that started down this road before us, and I see the U.S. Climate Alliance represented in the room. We brought over 20 states to the table at the White House back in the fall and had a chance to have a conversation with all of them around how Buy Clean and public procurement fits in, and how we can best harmonize and leverage our collective buying power across the public sector to go further faster and to do it in a way that really harmonizes the industry standards and norms so that we're not a patchwork quilt of programs, but we're a collective effort to really draw attention to, and as Jason, I think, said at the beginning, create the demand signal that didn't exist before. We were in a market where concrete is concrete. It's the most ubiquitous material in the world, and there wasn't a way to differentiate low carbon, clean concrete and other building materials a few years ago. And so I think what's really remarkable, and I'll get back to the whole of federal government approach in a sec, but it's just that we are showing that there's a demand, and that demand signal is accelerating the market for low carbon materials across America. And as Jetta said, and we heard from Administrator McCarnahan, that we have the chance to really layer Buy America, start with Buy America and add to that Buy Clean. And that's really a core part of what we're achieving through the Federal Buy Clean Task Force, which I have the privilege of co-leading with our Federal Chief Sustainability Officer, Andrew Mayock. That initiative started back in the end of 2021 through President Biden's leadership and in issuing an executive order. So that first brought many of us to the table together to think about how we could organize in terms of direct federal procurement and also federally financed projects across the infrastructure and built environment. It was a great groundwork for the opportunity that we've had thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, that now we have additional resources behind us, and we have the steer from Congress to focus on prioritization of lower embodied carbon materials. So it builds on a whole of government approach to Buy Clean back when we started in 2021 with 6 federal agencies at the table. I'm pleased to say today we're up to 16, and that represents building and construction materials. So we are bringing together the best minds across the federal government and also maximizing the federal investment when we look at how these 4 materials, concrete, steel, asphalt, and flat glass, those represent 98% of our spend, and it's an opportunity for us to harmonize our policies, but also show that there's real power in the market to drive towards these lower embodied carbon and cleaner materials. A couple ways we're doing that. We are advancing, as you've heard from Jetta and Andrew, the specific IRA provisions for lower embodied carbon. We're also bringing in other agency partners like FEMA. They announced earlier this week that low embodied carbon materials are part of their disaster recovery and resilience spending. So that sends a signal and shows we can lead at times of resilience planning, but also in response and in the rebuilding effort. HUD is putting forward about $1 billion in federal spending for green retrofit programs in multifamily affordable housing. There's an opportunity there to integrate low-carbon building materials alongside a whole suite of green retrofit projects. So those are just a few examples, but I think the biggest takeaway for me is that we have to continue to work collaboratively. As Administrator Carnahan said, we're in this together, and we want to be singing from the same song sheet so that there's, to the maximum extent possible, a comprehensive and clear approach to how we deliver these resources and work and partner with all of you to ensure that Buy Clean becomes part of federal purchasing and federal spending for years and decades to come, and to leverage the signals in the private marketplace too, because as we're seeing through the First Movers Coalition and other corporate purchasing efforts, the private sector is also sending those signals. And then last, the industrial decarbonization agenda is a core part of what we do, and while not directly under the purview of the Buy Clean Task Force, the work on the supply side to invest in our industrial innovation agenda and support domestic manufacturing is critical to the success of Buy Clean, and we're so delighted to have resources like $6 billion that was just announced going out from the Department of Energy to support that industrial transformation that we know needs to happen in order to be successful.
That's great. I think we'll hear from folks later today more on kind of that supply and demand, commitments from the federal government to really make all of this come together. One thing that I think several of you have touched on, Administrator Carnahan also touched on, is stakeholder engagement and how much that has been a part of the implementation of the policies in your various agencies. So would love to dig deeper on that a little bit and invite you all to share just how that has shaped the process so far in the policies that you're working on, how you think that might change in the months and years to come, and really invite you to, as I think Administrator Carnahan also mentioned, just how can folks keep continuing to be engaged, to be involved as a part of this process that is both going to be quick in some cases, but again, wants to make sure that industry and everyone can come along. So Holly, would love to start with you.
Yeah, well, I think I hit this pretty hard earlier, but I really want to make sure to encourage folks to respond to our RFI. It closes on May 1st, and we'd really love to hear from all of you. So please go to epa.gov/greener products, and you can see the link to our RFI there. And we really appreciate any and all input. We've been having a lot of really helpful meetings and conversations. The input we got through our webinars has been very instrumental in helping us to think about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. Once May 1st comes, we'll be taking a really close look at all the input that we received. And then we're going to start building our RFA for the grants we'll be putting out for EPD technical assistance and for all the work we're going to be doing to improve data quality. And then also, of course, the work will be starting through many different means to stand up the label as well. So that probably at that point our communication may change a little bit. We'll probably be talking more in large gatherings like this because we'll have to be cognizant of the need to make sure we're giving everyone equal access as we're thinking about the grants we're going to be putting out. But until then, we're really looking forward for input from folks through our RFI and on May 1st. And please also put in your calendar now, April 19th, for the webinar on the label program that we're going to be starting as well.
That's great. We can continue to go down the line. So Jetta, what do you have to share on stakeholder engagement, how it's gone thus far and where you kind of see that to continue?
Yeah. Well, first of all, as Administrator Carnahan said, we've done a number of RFIs and industry days, and we thank you for all of the input into this process because we need transparency in the market to really make good decisions as we start to, really put together these specifications and we can't do that without your input. So first thing that I would have as an ask is please respond to EPA's RFI because as Tricia was saying, we share information. We are trying to speak with one voice. The Buy Clean Task Force does organize and integrate all of our information. So what you're telling EPA we're going to hear, what you're going to do with Highway and DOT, we're going to hear, and that's going to really inform what we're doing. The other thing is, as stakeholders and any of the industry out there, please put together a EPD for us. We would really appreciate that. We want as many of those EPDs out there as possible. So as we are thinking about our specifications, we're making sure that we are, again, looking at the full market and have that transparency to make some really good decisions. about our specifications. In the long run, I think one of the things that we heard from the feedback that we've received from the community is that there are some improvements that can be made, especially with the product category rules. We heard that very clearly, and there are certain things that we can do in government, but you have a lot of power out there, and if there are improvements that need to be made to that, which it sounds like there are, we would love to see that happen, and we would love to engage in that process. So I think that that's a really important thing as stakeholders you can do to help really facilitate the work that's going on in government.
That's great. Andrew, do you have thoughts to add from the Department of Transportation side on stakeholder engagement?
Yeah, Holly and Jetta, covered it in substantial terms. Maybe just one other thing to add from our perspective, and James Hovey's in the audience, and he's just done a remarkable job on stakeholder engagement from USDOT's perspective. In addition to all of the incoming, and we encourage more because we're not going to get this right without continued conversation and dialogue. One of the things that we've heard is that there are some stakeholders out there that are climate champions, and they want to do so to lead by example. Other folks have ESG commitments that they want to hit. Other folks actually want to do so for cost competitiveness reasons. It turns out that sometimes you have assets that are over-engineered. And so particularly, I think, as we're talking about sort of interactions with the private sector, it's incumbent that we look for cost-competitive ways for chief sustainability officers, for folks in C-suites, to be able to make the arguments that this is great for the environment, great for sustainability, but oh, by the way, can actually in some cases save money, can actually in some cases redound, to the American workers' benefit. And I think you've heard that, on this panel today. This is a win-win-win. And I think, if I was, in the private sector, I think that there are ways that we can lift up that message so this isn't just seen in sort of one silo.
That's great. Tricia, any final words around stakeholder engagement or kind of anything else that comes to mind around Buy Clean and this whole effort?
Yeah, I think on engagement, it's been great to see the pretty consistently high level of engagement from across the external stakeholder community, and would just welcome that along with my colleagues in their remarks. I think the piece around EPDs and just getting to the point where we have the standardization across the 4 categories. So that's a piece that needs consistent attention and focus on our side, but also ongoing engagement and support from across the industry so that we have the level of product disclosure and transparency that we need to be the backbone of these programs moving forward.
Wonderful. Well, I think with that, I can bring us to, back on time and on schedule for the program. So thank you so much to all of our panelists for this wonderful discussion on what the federal government is doing on Buy Clean. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists.
And now, to lead the discussion on adopting best practices, state and private sector Buy Clean efforts, please welcome our conversation moderator, Executive Director of Building Transparency, Stacy Smedley.
Hello, everyone. I'm very thrilled to be here to moderate the second panel, where we're going to dig in a little deeper into what's going on at the local, state, and private sector levels when it comes to embodied carbon policy. I want to thank BlueGreen Alliance and Third Way, again, just as everyone else has. I think one of the big impacts this is having on me is just meeting a lot of people in person that we've been engaged with over the course of the past 3 years. We did start all of this work pre-COVID. We existed through COVID and made a lot of progress, which I'm very proud of as a community. And now we're all here in person to really talk through this. So thank you for bringing this all together. So I'm going to go ahead and announce our panelists to the stage. You can just come up as I introduce you. First, Kareem Hamoud. Kareem's the senior policy analyst with the U.S. Climate Alliance, where he leads their industrial decarbonization policy portfolio and manages the Alliance's state policy tracking initiatives. Next, we have Katie Ross. Oh, please, celebrate these people. They're all amazing. Next, we have Katie Ross, sustainability lead for Microsoft's global real estate portfolio. Katie's responsible for developing and implementing sustainability strategy across an office portfolio of more than 36 million square feet, enabling Microsoft's commitment to be a carbon negative, water positive, and zero waste company by 2030. So Katie, thanks for being here. And last but not least, we have Scott Schell, who is a fellow in the American Institute of Architects with over 2 decades of experience pioneering low carbon architectural design. And now at ClimateWorks, Scott focuses on opportunities to reduce the carbon intensity of building materials across the globe, including concrete, cement, and steel. So thanks for being here, Scott. And with that, we're going to jump right in. There's a lot to say and not much time. So we're going to jump right into questions. I'm going to start with you, Scott. ClimateWorks has been a part of the Buy Clean work, I think, since the beginning. And I'd love if you talk a little bit about how you've engaged in supporting these policies to date, and really your perspective on how far we've come. I think Tricia said it well, but if you have any other comments you want to talk through just about where we were and where we are now in this process.
Yes, well, so I wasn't here in 2019 for this legendary meeting where so much of this work started. But the industry program at ClimateWorks has been here since the beginning and has been partnering with many of you and many of our other organizations to help convince everyone that industry is in fact a sector that we can tackle and that we are tackling. And so I just want to echo the other commenters this morning who said, congratulations, thanks all of you who have been doing this work. It's great to see such a big crowd here, and congratulations on the success in the last few years.
Great, thanks for that. So Kareem, the U.S. Climate Alliance has been instrumental, I think, in helping to build a federal state Buy Clean network, which Tricia mentioned also, to really share the knowledge and ensure that there's policy harmony from both the states as well as the federal Buy Clean policies that we're seeing. So how do you see this network that you're helping to build really help in advancing Buy Clean policies at the state level specifically?
Thanks. Before I go on, I also have to thank a lot of you in the room that I've met virtually in person over the past few years on this topic. You've all been instrumental in really helping me and my colleagues of the Climate Alliance help our states see the value and really the potential of Buy Clean policy. And you know, everything you said, Stacey, really is sort of the goal, but I wouldn't say we're necessarily there yet at the Climate Alliance. But we do have plenty of like road work, groundwork that we've laid just in general to show like the theory of change, that states working together on substantially similar policies and the impacts they can have on, you know, transforming markets, which I think is like a big topic of today. So backing up, for anyone that doesn't know, the Climate Alliance is a bipartisan coalition of governors that was founded in 2017, grew from about 3 states up to 24 right now. And our membership is committed to specific targets, you know, the 2030 and 2050 NDC targets to keep emissions from going above 1.5 degrees Celsius, while also centering justice, equity, and environmental justice, and a good, just economic transition in all of these policies as well. And you know, we're not just a target-setting organization either. Governors commit to real action, and they've taken real action as well. So states have a lot of power within the energy and climate space. I think we all know that, but it's worth reminding everyone too. States are the principal actors in U.S. energy policy, and they're also the primary implementers of federal dollars as well. We have billions of federal dollars being mobilized that everyone has mentioned today, and states are going to be the key players in rolling that out effectively and in a climate-smart way. At the same time, states are also sort of the laboratories of innovation in the United States. I think one could argue that Buy Clean is one of those very policies that was pioneered at the state level and has now escalated and thankfully expanded to the national scale as well. But there's still many states that this is a very new area as well. And at the same time, this goes into like the complicating factors. We all know climate change is a super complicated topic, and states need support they don't necessarily have all the information and technical expertise. And on a policy like Buy Clean, there's tons of learning that's yet to be done. And many states, despite the big or smallness of their bureaucracies, consistently cite staff capacity and resource constraints as key barriers to like policy implementation and adoption. And Buy Clean is no different. However, this is where the Alliance, my organization, comes in, as we play like a key role in helping drive policy outcomes across states by coupling the political will of governors, convening states together to share best practices, developing shared resources and tools, and collaborating with the federal administration, and then most importantly, providing a platform for governors to speak with one voice on topics such as Buy Clean to really push markets forward. States have also, the Alliance has also served as like a informative arm to prove that climate action at the state level doesn't have to come at the expense of economic costs. In fact, it's just the inverse. Alliance states have consistently proven year over year that even with strong climate policies, they're reducing emissions at a faster rate while also growing their economies at a faster rate than non-Alliance states overall. They're also doing it while achieving lower levels of air pollution, delivering more energy savings to homes and businesses. They're employing 40% more workers in the clean energy economy, and I think that was my last stat. Excuse me. So that brings me to this Buy Clean coalition, or this partnership with the federal government. Alliance states have also represent a substantial amount of the U.S. economy, emissions, and population. Across our 24 states right now, states and territories, I should say, Puerto Rico and Guam are members. We represent 60% of the U.S. economy and over 55% of the population. So when these amount of states are unified on something, it really does have the power to transform markets. And this is something that's been demonstrated in the past with one of our favorite examples of this theory of change in another industry-related problem, which is the problem of hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs. If you're unaware, the super polluting refrigerants that need to be phased out in line with the Montreal Protocol. So back in the Trump administration, states actually backstopped the EPA's SNAP rule that had been abandoned by the Trump administration. And through the Alliance, using the Alliance as a platform, we supported them with developing shared tools and resources, a policy roadmap, and even a model rule that was eventually adapted and expanded to become the foundational HFC regulation at the state level in about a dozen states. States also worked together to speak to Congress and industry and essentially helped push forward what would eventually become the AIM Act, which was, one of the only expect to see this sort of policy momentum be brought to the table with something like Buy Clean. And so I can pause there and follow up with additional detail, but that's sort of the theory of change that the Alliance works under. And this partnership with the federal government, I think, presents a similar compelling opportunity to really drive down industrial emissions.
Great, thanks for that. So Scott, I'm going to pick up on something that Kareem said, which is that states tend to be catalysts or laboratories for some of these things, and I think that there are examples of that when it comes to Buy Clean policy, at least in our experience with what we've done at Building Transparency. There's states that are kind of leading and testing. So could you give a couple of examples of some of the policies that we're seeing at the state level currently around Buy Clean?
Yeah, sure. These are some of the things that I'm most excited about, is this level of innovation that's happening at states and cities and private companies. One of them that I am really excited about is the New Jersey's LECLA policy. Like a lot of Buy Clean policies, they set a kind of benchmark or standard that all new concrete must meet for maximum emissions. And their innovation is they provide an incentive for going beyond that, for doing better than that. And so for every percentage that you get lower than their benchmark, they have a financial bid incentive for the amount of concrete, based on the amount of concrete that you deliver, that rewards this lower carbon. So it creates this virtual circle of more innovation, lower and lower carbon concrete, rather than just hitting the threshold and being done with it. Other cities are doing really interesting things. One of them is around whole building life cycle assessment. Most buy clean things are just about the material emissions intensity. For whole building life cycle assessment, you multiply that material emissions intensity times the material quantities. So it also incentivizes you to do material efficiency. Almost all the industrial roadmaps include a material efficiency component of it. And in some ways, that is where this win-win-win comes in, because you're using less material, so you're not spending money on that material, so it's lower cost. And so we found in our architectural practice that by multiplying these different strategies together was where you got dramatically lower greenhouse gas savings and cost savings combined. And then one last one I wanted to mention that we're just starting work on right now. Many of you are familiar with California's zero-emission vehicle mandate. Any car company that wanted to sell cars in California had to sell a certain percentage of zero-emissions cars, generally electric vehicles. And if they couldn't sell those, they had to buy credits from somebody else that was making them. And Tesla had lots of extra credits because they only made electric cars. And they got lots of funding by selling these credits that enable their company to survive. So we're currently working on a policy for California. The state passed SB 596 that directs the California Air Resources Board to devise a strategy to get cement to net zero by 2045. And one idea we're proposing is a zero-emission cement standard, where at least one of California's 8 cement plants will have to go to zero, transformational technology, carbon capture, and then can sell credits to other cement companies so that it's affordable for everybody. So just this level of policy innovation for us is really fun to watch.
That's great, and I think that just lends itself that even though we're focused around Buy Clean, there's additive policies and additive steps that we can take kind of around it to really push this forward, and states can play a key role in that. So we're going to move on to Katie and focus on the private side of the story for just a second. Katie, I think you're doing a lot of work at Microsoft around a lot of different things when it comes to reducing your climate impact, but specific to embodied carbon, you really are one of the leading companies that has tackled this, I think, even before some of the states were. So could you tell a little bit more about the requirements that you put in place on some of your projects, lessons you've learned from that, and some of the wins that you've seen from implementing Buy Clean-like policy in the private sector?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you, as everyone else has said, to BlueGreen Alliance and Third Way for having me. So I think I get the unique opportunity of being the private sector voice in the room, so thank you for having me. So we, Microsoft, have been committed to sustainability for quite some time. We have an internal carbon fee. We have a significant commitment around renewable energy procurement. But in 2020, we sort of stepped back and said, are we doing enough? And the answer unequivocally was no. We are not doing enough. Society is not doing enough. What do we need to do to go forward? And that's really where we came up with our next-gen commitments of carbon negative, water positive, and zero waste. As part of carbon negative by 2030, it was a recognition that a majority of our carbon emissions was in scope 3, which is not unique to Microsoft. It is ubiquitous throughout society that most of it's in scope 3, but that really meant that we had to tackle, and part of carbon negative was to achieve a 55% reduction in our scope 3 emissions all by 2030. So we looked around within our real estate portfolio and said, well, we've got a lot of buildings that are being built. What is that going to mean in terms of our design strategies? At the time, we started actually back in 2019 a fairly substantial redevelopment project on our headquarters. It's 3 million square feet of new office space. And we knew that we wanted it to be operationally zero emissions. We are fortunate to have 100% renewable electricity fed from our supplier, and we made the decision for it to be an all-electric campus, which drove us to doing things like a thermal energy center with geothermal wells, and all-electric kitchens and dining operations and building operations, and sort of patted ourselves on the back and said, great job. And then we thought, well, now we're going to have to do all of the embodied carbon work. And that is significantly harder because at the time, there really wasn't, EC3 was a glimmer in Stacy's eye. We hadn't had experience setting targets. So we set a target of 30% reduction in embodied carbon based on the CLF baseline using the EC3 tool. And this it was the first time we had ever done it. I have been very heartened to hear about all of the collaboration between all the different agencies and the states and local government, because the same thing happened on the private sector side as well. I still remember the time we sat in a room with many of my counterparts at other big tech companies in real estate and said, we should all just work on this together for once. Let's just not create, a proprietary system. Let's partner together, use EC3, and have the same approach. And so it has been, I think that's a testament to where we are today, and how fast it's moving is because of this agreement that we will all work together. So back to campus modernization, we set the 30% reduction. One of my proudest moments on the project, I think, was when our development manager stood up and explained what embodied carbon was and said, this is what it means to buy better materials. And that really was a transformational moment across our project, because it really was not just, sustainability people saying, here's what we need to buy. It's every general contractor, every structural engineer, every subcontractor understanding when we give, when we're going through bids for materials, we want to see the carbon number and the dollar number, and we're going to make decisions based on both. And that was a pretty revolutionary thing for our project. Another just sort of, as I think about lessons learned, we used the 30% reduction at the beginning of the project during design, and then sort of coincidentally, we also decided to pursue the ILFI zero carbon certification, which has a 500 metric ton CO2 per meter square cap. And that was sort of introduced when we went into construction, and we found it has been far more successful and compelling to use a cap for our general contractors, because it's very similar to managing budgets or schedules. Can't exceed this number, they're going to put contingency, they're going to say, all right, I'm not super sure, but if we have it here, we'll probably hit the target. I love the New Jersey example of, how we incentivize better procurement. It's something that we're looking at on our jobs going forward as well. And a really good example of sort of a key win for us, but also a huge lessons learned, is we had a manufacturer that was delayed in schedule, and they offered at their cost to air freight us the material so that it didn't impact our schedule. That meant we would exceed our carbon budget. And I don't know many people who make the decision to delay a construction schedule to allow for shipping a material when we were already behind schedule so that we wouldn't exceed our carbon cap. But I was very proud of the team and very proud to say that we did make that decision. And so I think that really identifies the power of sort of using those mechanisms that already exist in the market today of budgets and managing schedules and things like that. But it also is a big lessons learned for us as we sat through and said, yeah, had we picked better materials at the beginning, we wouldn't put ourselves in this position of needing to push the schedule. So we're all learning as we go, and I think figuring out when we have to ask the right questions, what information needs to be in whose hand at the right time to optimize the decisions. But we've been particularly impressed and sort of proud to be part of this movement, and also seeing it now scale across all of our global operations, both on the real estate side and the data center side, really driving these decisions. And similarly to the administrator's comment, finding that it is not a massive cost add to hit those goals today. It's just about asking the right questions when we need to.
Great. Thank you, Katie. I think we all need to follow Microsoft as they continue this journey. There's other companies that are doing this on the private sector too, but I think there are lots of lessons learned. They're kind of the first implementers because of their ability to kind of push ahead on some of this. So I have a question for all of you. And Scott, I'm going to put you on the spot and start with you. So we've now seen policies either proposed or implemented at the state level, some at the city level, in the private sector. Now we've got the federal Buy Clean policy initiatives happening. In your opinion, just Scott's opinion, what are the foundational requirements of embodied carbon policy that need to be consistent across all of those? If you had to make your own list.
I think, Stacy, it's a lot of what you're doing. It's a really good, transparent data infrastructure with a robust research underpinning on that. I think that's just fundamental. People have to be able to trust it, see the data, assess it for themselves. So
great. That's your.
It's my
so I think that we're going to foundational standardized data. So that's great. I'm going to move on to Katie. Same question. What are the things that really must be aligned or consistent across BuyClean-like policies?
I'll add one component to yours, which is a public methodology and open source. I think that was such a critical component for us for EC3 in using it. Is it wasn't a black box of data. We could pick it apart. We could understand. I made a comparison to the EPA Energy Star program for buildings. It's very similar in that we can sort of it's building that trust. Which then allows for those apple-to-apple comparisons. From my point of view, something, I will go down this rabbit hole a little bit. Methodology alignment has been really interesting for us as we've been thinking about public reporting and just how we quantify some of these things. It's not always aligned across all of the industries. And so I think yes, having transparent data and having an open database for that, but I think also something that allows sort of apples to apples comparisons and everybody being held to the same target, I think has really, we've seen in our project, been fairly transformational. And it means that we can all, the project is working together rather than in silos across different material sectors.
Great. Anything to add to that?
I mean, Scott and Katie covered, the data components, which are absolutely foundational to BuyClean success. We also have to think about the other parts of what makes BuyClean such an interesting policy concept is that it's not just it's not just a standard, right? It's also like a disclosure and transparency requirement that could be voluntary to start and then required later. There's that sequencing there that's interesting. And then there's also supporting incentives to help build that data infrastructure by, incentivizing industry, for example, to develop EPDs that are up to the standard, the consistent standard that Scott and Katie mentioned. And then there's also, the sequencing overall of how those things are set out and, which comes first. I think there's a lot of thoughts that folks in this room and, BlueGreen Alliance as well have on what the best sequencing is, and industry might have their own thoughts, but those are also I'm not sure if there's a best practice established just yet, but those are also other components besides the data piece.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie. Yep.
I was just going to build on that. I think also one of the critical components is trying to build this within the existing processes that we do our project planning. There are going to be some changes that are necessary, but creating more and more tools that is a different tool each and every time that our general contractors have to use or different mechanisms just becomes that burden is really hard to embed within processes. So I completely agree with you. I think it's not only the infrastructure components, but it's also how do we make it as easy as possible to embed this within existing processes for procurement.
Okay, so I heard transparent, standardized data. I heard standardized requirements for things like product category rules. I heard proper sequencing in terms of how you roll out these things, transparency to limits or thresholds or reductions. I heard incentives. So that would be my list after what I just heard from all of you, and it would be the list that I would have said too. So I appreciate you just supporting my own thoughts on that. So next question, I think beyond, and Scott, you talked about this already, but I really want to kind of push on this a little bit. I think I have an opinion that BuyClean is going to happen, where we see it all across everything. And so I tend to always look at what's next. Scott, you mentioned some of those triggers of what's next. I wonder if we can dig a little bit more into this idea of the LECLA policy and what they're doing around the incentivizing of this through funding, not only for just purchase of materials that meet a threshold, but actually rewarding the lower carbon materials. So I don't know if you want to just go a little farther on what's happening in that policy. I know that it's one that you're familiar with and excited about. And then Katie, maybe your thoughts on the private sector in terms of how they might build in some of that same kind of thinking into your bid process.
Yes, sure. I mean, and I think you're right that BuyClean is the absolute foundation. but I do think there are some complementary policies that can go along with it. Most Buy Clean policies are by design very broad, and so use kind of industry standard technologies and production. But we do need to get to zero carbon materials, and those require different types of plants in production. And so one way to get Buy Clean to do that is to get a lot of people to make, instead of broad, shallow commitments, deep and narrow commitments. And so that might be, say, I'm going to require 10% of the products that I buy to be near zero carbon. And there are a number of examples like that of organizations that are trying to do that. The Industrial Decarbonization, IDDI, has a pledge, and level 4 is to buy 10% at near zero carbon. Concrete Zero and Steel Zero have similar programs where design professionals and contractors and others can make those commitments. The First Movers Coalition has a similar structure in many ways. And it's designed to solve that chicken and the egg problem, right? It's like, Microsoft has a building to build, and they have to be able to order the material. But you've got to build a plant first, and the manufacturer doesn't want to build that plant until they're sure there's going to be demand there. And so we can get a broad sector of folks and organizations to commit even to a narrow portion. That's the way to share the risk and share the cost, and yet give clarity to the producers that their demand will be there.
Great. Katie, anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we've certainly looked at using our internal carbon fee in showing the offset cost that will, the carbon removal that would be necessary in order to buy the higher carbon emissions material versus the lower one, and use some of those internal market mechanisms or internal processes that we have to make more compelling cases. It's that the carrot and the stick, making the carbon cap, having it be required, and then figuring out mechanisms to either provide a performance bonus or any sort of a benefit internally, or sort of use a triple bottom line approach to the calculations. I think the other one that comes to mind that's really exciting for me is some cities have been thinking about an embodied carbon building code, which makes sense if we have an EUI code in most of our cities, and increasingly as we move to 100% renewable electricity and a decarbonized electrified building sector, all of our building emissions are embodied carbon, and so if we're going to be building new ones, we probably should have an embodied carbon cap in the same way that we have an EUI target for buildings. And you could see that following very similar processes on, the green building codes or EUI codes, where there's an FAR bonus or some other incentive mechanisms that the building authority can provide to cities to sort of spur that investment. Because while it is great, there's private sector, and obviously now the largest procurement arm of the federal government is buying, including this in their procurement process. You really need to have everyone on board, and so that low embodied carbon and then the ultra low or whatever sort of mechanism where everybody is engaged in that. And I think that the building code lever might be a really powerful one to start building that into sort of all developers' processes.
Great. And there are actually examples of building code proposals happening in some places like the city of Seattle, and a couple others too, and ASHRAE. So Kareem, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm typically a pretty positive person, but I'm going to ask a negative question because I really think this is an important one. So we talk a lot about the positive things that are going on with agencies at the federal level working together and trying to have a common voice, and the states coming together. And then the private sector, Katie, you mentioned them coming together, sitting around a table. And it's great to talk about all this stuff, but what's the risk if we don't actually come together and align what we're doing when it comes to these embodied carbon policies? What happens if everyone starts to go off and do their own thing? And I really want to talk about that risk, because I think it's important that we all have that in our brains to really push forward that sense of coming together. But I wonder if you could just give your thoughts on that kind of negative outcome if we don't actually try to align a lot of this work.
Sure, and I'll counterbalance it with a positive, like the state and local level on these policies that I don't think we've really honed in on.
Yeah.
So I think the risk of that harmonization not happening is you have industries all over the country, many of them with multi-state operations, suddenly having to, if they want to participate in bidding processes for public infrastructure projects, they have a bunch of different standards that aren't necessarily, that are slightly different, maybe similar enough, but different enough where they have to like build out this administrative capacity to really understand what makes sense in one state versus another state versus a federal project. So that's not ideal at all. I think we could all agree. In terms of like my positive spin, is that, you know, Buy Clean is still relatively new as a policy concept, but there's, you know, it really lends itself well to this concept of leading by example, which I think was brought up numerous times today. And states and local governments have long been leading by example on other climate and energy policies for years. I mean, leading by example is really just state governments being accountable for the energy they use, the vehicles they purchase, and then now more recently in the Buy Clean space, the construction materials that go into their public assets. And so we're seeing this huge wave of momentum over the past few years targeting embodied carbon in municipalities, in states, in cities. And if anyone doesn't believe me, Carbon Leadership Forum has a fantastic map that tracks all of these policies globally, actually, and just zoom in on North America and you'll be impressed by how much is happening. But, you know, by my count, as a state-focused guy, you know, we have 4 states with Buy Clean or embodied carbon legislation that is now law. We have 7 more with bills in session currently that may or may not pass, hopefully a lot more getting passed. We have 3 states that have issued executive orders targeting embodied carbon in state buildings. We have 3 states that are conducting studies or have conducted studies or pilot projects in advance of adopting a statewide policy. And then, of course, we have several other states that have proposed moving these policies forward in recent climate and clean energy plans at the state level. And then, of course, we have the dozen states that have committed to working in partnership with the federal government on Buy Clean moving forward. So that's a lot of, excuse me, that's a lot of activity that I think really shows we're at a very interesting moment and a great opportunity to really harmonize all this work with an amazing influx of money coming from the federal level, coupled with state and political interest at local and the private level as well. So I'll stop there.
That's great. And I love that you took a negative and turned it into a positive, because that's typically my role. And it's like playing a little devil advocate there, so I appreciate you doing that. Scott, I'm going to give you the chance just to maybe end with a positive statement that you'd like to get out there if you haven't said something that you'd want to, or something that you want to leave this audience with today. And then Katie, I have something for you that I really want to end with, so I'll go to Scott.
Yeah, I'll pick up on Kareem's discussion a little bit about the innovation that can happen at different levels, whether it's state, local, or private sector. Before I joined ClimateWorks, I was working a lot on building electrification policies. And this little liberal town called Berkeley, California, had this idea, one city councilwoman had this idea that we're going to make an ordinance that all new construction should be all electric and no fossil fuels. And it was kind of radical at the time, but it's Berkeley, right? Berkeley is radical. And so I worked very closely with them for about a year. And all this background work was done. We found hundreds of projects in California and the Bay Area that were all electric, and we put them on a slideshow. We did policy work, we did cost work, we did all this other stuff. And sure enough, they passed it. And everybody was really pleased. Oh, we now have this one little town that's all electric. Well, pretty soon the town next door passed it, and then the 2 towns over passed it. And today, 3 years later, over 108 cities across the United States have passed it. And so for me, it was an example of how a local innovation, if it's a good idea and the homework has been done, it can spread very quickly. There are a lot of people out there looking for ideas that work. And if you can show them one, they will adopt it. And so I just encourage you, if you have ideas, get on with it, recruit some people, and let's make it happen. So.
Great, thank you. And so Katie, I think for you, being one of the first to actually see a project through with some of this kind of embodied carbon policy, and also being a proud Washingtonian, could you just tell the story of what we've seen happen in the concrete sector, thanks to Microsoft's work?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we started, full transparency, when we started, we didn't really know what we were getting ourselves into. We knew it was important. We knew it was going to be critical for us to give it a shot, but we were very much hoping that we would meet the 20%. We had all of the CLF and building transparency sort of information that said this is possible, but there was certainly a number of people who were in the development team who were like, I'm not so sure about this. So it was incredible because as we started talking with the local concrete companies, the local steel companies, there was far more information than we realized. They were all, we were building a fairly big project, and some people know who we are, and so there was obviously interest in being on the Microsoft project, but the level of work that was already done, I think, was really impressive. That was something that was really heartening to see, and what we've seen since then is, as a result of our project, there were no precast concrete EPDs, and our garage was a precast concrete garage, and we talked to the manufacturer and said, we'd really like you to create an EPD, and they said, great, yep. And so now there's precast concrete EPDs. We've seen in Washington, since we started, a 20% reduction in concrete emissions in Washington state, and that is, I'm not going to say it's entirely exclusively based on the Microsoft commitments and our project, but I think that, in starting that engagement and having those conversations with the concrete manufacturers, it was, I think, really incredible just to see the number of people who said, yeah, we're already doing this. This is part of here. If you just were to pick the better material, we have it already. And so it's just really driving that competition, and it's possible today, and I think that was the most inspiring part so far is the number of people manufacturers specifically, who have been in this for quite some time, seeing the benefits of reduced carbon emission, reduced virgin material usage, better, more efficient processes from a cost and a better product perspective, and they're just very heartened by the fact that, us people who have been buying things are finally placing importance on those components and including that in our decision making.
Great, thank you so much. I think we'll end right there. The power of asking, I think, is really important. So thanks to all three of you for joining us in this conversation today, and thanks everyone for being here and for having this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will take a break. Our program resumes at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes. Again, our program resumes in 5 minutes. Thank you. and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program resumes momentarily. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program resumes now. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President for Climate and Energy at Third Way, Josh Freed.
Thank you and good afternoon. Really appreciate the contributions of all of our panelists and to all of you for joining us here today. For too long, when many Americans heard clean energy, they thought only about wind turbines or solar panels. Renewables may have been booming, and that is a fantastic thing. But it wasn't sufficient, particularly to the lives of many people, businesses, and union workers. And it wasn't adding to the manufacturing sector that has long been the backbone of the American economy. American workers in manufacturing, steel and concrete, and other materials were simply not seen as part of the equation. This also meant that the people who lived in places that were home to manufacturing, Western Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and on, also felt left out. We're here today because that has changed. Markets do not make themselves, and technologies, better, clean manufacturing processes, and opportunities for skilled workers do not simply materialize. As we've seen from the last 2 years of the Biden administration, it requires coordination across the government and a vision of where the country should go to create economic opportunity, provide global leadership, and spur the private sector to develop products that make profits and benefit communities and workers at home. That's the genius of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and CHIPS Science Act. Together, they have provided the investment, the guidance, and the structure to mobilize U.S. ingenuity and workers. And this is also where Buy Clean comes in. As a concept, it's pretty simple. Putting successful Buy Clean policy in place, however, it's a bit more complicated. This is a real shift in the way the government does things. It requires coordination and consistency across a dozen federal agencies and offices. And getting this done takes leadership, and it has to come from the top. This administration has shown that it understands that. And it doesn't stop at Buy Clean. President Biden has shown he understands just how pivotal the industrial sector is to our national priorities. Keeping American industry at the cutting edge is baked into national clean energy investments and incentives, and helping manufacturing becoming more efficient and less emitting. Upgrading industrial infrastructure, bringing more of our high priority supply chains home. This administration gets that. Especially in the industrial sector, cutting carbon connects directly to economic opportunity for families and entire communities across the country. A Third Way Commission study on economic competitiveness in the United States found that the global market for clean steel alone will be $5.4 trillion through 2050. But that market is still nascent. The country or countries that move smart and move early are likely to get a significant share of this market and reap the economic benefits. In some earlier segments of the clean energy economy, that wasn't us. And now we and our allies are playing catch up. The trifecta of legislation provides the investment for us to compete, and Buy Clean gives it direction, setting specific targets to create demand for clean steel here in the U.S., with more of it made by American union workers, because it's the smart thing for the country and for our workers for us to do. In a report's estimate, this could create 30,000 jobs in the United States, mostly by meeting more of our own country's demand. And this will add to the more than 800,000 manufacturing jobs already created during the Biden administration. Probably no one knows this better or has done more to realize this vision than Ali Zaidi. He grew up in the industrial and energy hub of Western Pennsylvania and has been one of our country's leaders on climate and clean energy policy since at least his days in the Obama administration. Now, as in the Biden administration, first as deputy and now as the White House National Climate Advisor, Ali has been responsible almost as much or as much as anyone else for the progress of the last 2 years. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ali Zaidi to the stage.
All right. It is good to be here with all of you. And boy, these lights are bright, as is America's future. All right. I just had to try out the stand-up comedian thing since we are at the Hamilton. Look, for a bunch of years, I think when we've thought about tackling climate and tackling emissions, we've thought about the power sector, we've thought about transportation, but there's been a big set of the economy that we've overlooked. And not only have we overlooked the emissions, we've overlooked the opportunity for our workers and the communities they support. It's exciting to have a moment where we have finally come together across various parts of civil society, public and private sector, to come down with the resolution that we will seize that opportunity in a meaningful way and try to unlock the full economic upside of that opportunity for the American people. Oftentimes, I think when we have these conversations about industrial sector decarbonization or buy clean and cleaner construction materials, it becomes a conversation about the technologies, and the technologies are exciting. But let's be very clear about why we are in this moment that we're in. It's not because we rode down some inevitable technology cost curve and found ourselves in this moment of opportunity. There was no inevitable cascade of events that brought about the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, or the Inflation Reduction Act. The reason we are here is because there was a purposeful and unlikely coalition of folks across industry, across labor, and across environmental groups that came together and decided that in this moment we were going to invest in the American people, in our workers and in our communities, and in particular in the places that had been systematically, and this is an important point, systematically underinvested in over the last several decades, and in certain cases much longer. As we look forward, and I think it's very easy to start focusing on the microeconomics of changing one plant or the macroeconomics of the trillions of dollars of opportunity. It's important in equal part for us to remain focused on the political economy of what it will take to succeed. And in the Biden administration, the president has been very clear with his climate team. He has not hired us to be greenhouse gas accountants, although we are not off the hook from the relentless work that we're going to have to do to get the emissions in check. We are also here to make sure we are pushing forward on all of the bottom lines that we need to solve for in this inflection point moment for our country. And to me, that really boils down to three specific ideas. The first is, how do we use this moment to pull in the people who have specifically been left out over time? And, I think it's very important that we're having this conversation with our steel workers and our building trades and other manufacturing unions at the table. That is incredibly important because we know that this isn't just an opportunity to put steel in the ground, it's an opportunity to put steel in the spine of the American middle class, which has been actively worked against in many parts of the country for decades. The second is this is an opportunity to turn places back on, right? There are places where you look around the country that have been left out and sort of left for dead. This is our opportunity to turn those into engines of economic activity. And I think you might have heard from Administrator Carnahan. Myself, and Pete went to Toledo, Ohio, where there's, on the site of a former brownfield, now a steel facility, hot briquette iron to be specific, that now is producing a cleaner product than what would have been imported from overseas, shipping that product, by the way, to make cleaner cars, not just from a tailpipe perspective, but from an embodied carbon perspective, and doing that all in a way that puts USW boots on the ground, propelling the expansion of the American middle class. That is a focus on places and on people. And then finally, if this is going to be the decisive moment for climate change, the decade in which we get our act together and move forward, then the progress that we make is going to be judged by whether we actually put the steel in the ground. And that's why, conversations like this are important, as are conversations around how we will permit these projects in a way that's responsible and brings communities together but gets certainty and decisions done. So we're excited about a climate approach that puts people, places, and projects at the center. And I think as we have this conversation about industrial decarbonization and buying clean, that has to be our North Star here as well. And by the way, the clock has turned off. That means I can speak forever. But just to give you a sense of, I think, the progress we're making from where I sit, when we came into the White House out of the transition, for the first time ever, a climate office had a senior director for industrial sector emissions. Because we recognized this was a prize we were not going to let go of. We had Jane Flegel, many of you worked with her, and now Tricia Miller, who are pushing forward on this opportunity. And two convenings I want to talk to you about. First is this fall. We got 25 states together, and they said, gee, maybe we want to do Buy Clean programs in our state. Just in the last month, we've now translated that conversation into action with a dozen states joining the first ever federal state Buy Clean partnership. We're trying to have that same conversation now with the private sector. We got together the largest companies from steel and cement and aluminum at the White House just this past month. And now we're working with each of those companies to figure out how we can up their ambitions and translate that into specific investment and action. The things we hear from these folks are, one, how can you use your power as the largest purchaser of stuff to propel this market forward? So not only are we setting bold targets on purchasing cleaner cement and aluminum and flat glass and asphalt, we're actually setting standards so that the work we do as the world's largest purchaser translates through ripple effects to catalyze the rest of the marketplace go in the same direction. That work is going to benefit from the over $2 billion in investment through the GSA made possible through Bill and Ira, the couple that will save the planet. Just making sure you guys are paying attention. And it's not just your traditional agencies with FEMA and GSA stepping up to make sure we're advancing progress on these green technologies. We've got FEMA that's announced grant funds that will be made available for communities to be able to buy low-carbon materials. We got DOT through FHA with another $2 billion through the Inflation Reduction Act, levered up for way greater impact, I think, in the marketplace. The Army Corps of Engineers are making sure that they're building into their specifications a focus on embodied carbon as they build dams and levees and do the work of resilience all across the country. Every branch of the military, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, has launched a Buy Clean program. We've got private sector mobilized through the First Movers Coalition, but now we need the second movers and the third movers to step up as well. We've got the Department of Energy that's launched the single largest investment in industrial decarbonization ever, $6 billion. And by the way, just to make sure the theory of change is very clear, that idea didn't come out of nowhere. That idea came out of the folks in this room who got together through the BlueGreen Alliance and other important fora and came up literally with the details, working with folks in labor, working with NGOs and academics, and coming to us, coming to the folks in Congress and helping us make sure that we seize this opportunity as we enacted the largest piece of climate legislation this country's ever passed. We've got the 48C manufacturing tax credit, the hydrogen incentives in both the bill and the IRA, including the hubs, which will help us translate this activity into the maximum potential economic development for our communities all across the country. Guys, the sky's the limit here. The sky's the limit. And I think the real takeaway is not just that we now have a tool to go after, and depending on which report you read, it's like 15%, a quarter, or a third of our emissions, so it depends on how you cut it. But a big chunk of our emissions that for a long time we thought were hard to abate, hard to imagine solutions for, now are in our sights. But way beyond that, this is our opportunity to bring in folks who thought climate was something that was coming for their jobs. Turns out it's the thing that's going to make them competitive in the global marketplace. That's transformational. And it's transformational for the communities where now we are finally, long overdue, burying the term Rust Belt and replacing it with the belt to produce the clean products and clean technologies that we're going to need, not just to power our economy, but economies all around the world. This is a hopeful moment. I know climate conversations tend to be gloom and doom conversations, and you know, if there's one takeaway from the IPCC, it is that we must run faster and faster. But if there's a second one, it's that we know what the solutions are. You guys are the coalition of the solutions, and you have to help be our partner and our spur and the folks that keep us accountable so that collectively we're moving forward as quickly as we can. I'm so grateful for this convening, for all of your leadership, for Josh, for others who have brought us together. Let's come up with the next round of ideas to keep pushing forward at the pace and at the scale that we need to, not only to meet the crisis, but to unlock the full opportunity that entails. Thanks so much.
To lead the discussion on transforming industry, capitalizing on investments in clean manufacturing, please welcome our conversation moderator, Vice President of Manufacturing and Industrial Policy at the BlueGreen Alliance, Ben Beachy.
Good afternoon. Oh, see, I'm from Appalachia. When we say good afternoon, usually there's a response of good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is a good afternoon because we are here to discuss some really exciting investments, the very ones that Ali just laid out, investments in clean manufacturing. And I'm going to welcome up to the stage our three panelists to discuss this. We have Christina Walrond coming to us from the Department of Energy. Hiba Qasim, yes, please clap. Hiba Qasim from the Sierra Club. And Kevin Dempsey from the American Iron and Steel Institute. And I'll do the full introductions as we get into the questions. So we're here right now to talk about a lot of the investments in clean manufacturing that are available, namely through the Inflation Reduction Act. And before I further introduce our panelists, I'd like to introduce a little bit of the why are we talking about direct industrial investments in a summit that is dedicated to Buy Clean. I like to think of industrial policy as a three-legged stool. To actually fulfill our quest to reduce industrial emissions and expand clean manufacturing, we need smart procurement policy, big public investments, and good trade policy. You take away any one of the legs from that stool and our mission falters. But working together, those three policy legs equip us to achieve our goals of cutting a major source of pollution, producing cleaner air for industrial communities that have been hard hit, expanding access to good union manufacturing jobs, and producing more of the materials that we need that form the backbone of a clean energy economy. Now, clearly, Buy Clean is forming the procurement leg of that stool. And it's pretty great. If you haven't heard today, hopefully that's one of the takeaways you've gotten from this, is that Buy Clean is pretty great. And it doesn't work alone. You know, we need to marry the demand pool of Buy Clean with the supply push of direct investments in clean manufacturing. That as we are using government contracts to essentially create a market for cleaner materials, we're also investing in the production of cleaner materials. And this synergy is important in part to ensure that Buy Clean fulfills its promise of supporting good union jobs. You know, as we're using public infrastructure contracts to essentially reward the cleanest factories, we want to be investing in our factories to make sure that they are among the cleanest. That is how we translate Buy Clean into much broader access to the high-paying union jobs available in manufacturing, particularly for hard-hit workers in communities that have been hollowed out by deindustrialization, as Ali just named. This marriage of supply and demand is also important for our goals of cutting emissions. The industrial emissions that, as we've heard, are roughly a third of our climate pollution problem, a major source of air pollution that disproportionately harms communities of color and low-income folks. Manufacturers are more likely to invest the significant capital that is required to adopt cleaner production processes if they see both sides of the coin. If there are available public investments to offset those costs, and also the creation of a public market so that on the other end, there's a secured buyer to buy those cleaner materials. That synergy is how we achieve the win-win of healthy communities, climate action, more competitive businesses, and good union jobs. Now, that all sounds great. But just a couple of years ago, it was just a theory. I was thinking back to, I think it was around 2017, when some of us, unions and environmental groups, were first talking about what a federal Buy Clean policy could look like. And we essentially said, yeah, this is going to be good if it's paired with bold investments in clean manufacturing. And this is the middle of the Trump administration. I mean, federal dollars to support climate-friendly manufacturing was not exactly in the cards. But what a difference a few years can make in addition to the blood, sweat, and tears of a not small number of policymakers and advocates. And it's thanks to the tireless effort of many people, including many people in this room, that those theoretical investments in clean manufacturing became reality when President Biden signs the Inflation Reduction Act. There are more than $50 billion in clean manufacturing investments in this law. $50 billion, when you sum up all the investments to cut industrial emissions and expand clean manufacturing. Now, today we're going to zoom in on one of those programs, a program that's a new $6 billion program at the Department of Energy that goes by the name the Advanced Industrial Facilities Deployment Program, or AFDPA, as its friends like to call it. Now, our first speaker spends most of her waking hours, overseeing this program, so I'm not going to try to steal her thunder. But let me just say that this program has the potential to be a game changer for clean manufacturing. We have real money on the table to invest in our manufacturers to make them cleaner, more competitive, and providers of those good union jobs that we're all seeking. And just a couple of weeks ago, the Department of Energy put out a funding opportunity announcement for this very program, in addition to funding that's available in the bipartisan infrastructure law. And one of the takeaways from that announcement is that manufacturers have about 3 weeks from today to submit essentially their initial proposal for how they would like to avail themselves of these historic funds to cut emissions. So it is go time for clean manufacturing. And to tell us all about it, our first speaker is Christina Walrond. Christina leads stakeholder engagement for the industrial portfolio of the Department of Energy's Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, which is overseeing this program. And a big part of Christina's work is engaging with a really wide variety of stakeholders, some of whom are on the stage, to determine the direction of that $6 billion for large-scale projects to reduce industrial emissions. So Christina, thank you for being here with us. And so the first question is, with the $6 billion, how is the Department of Energy thinking about crafting this funding to fulfill our shared emissions, jobs, and competitiveness goals while marrying it with Buy Clean?
Well, thank you. Thanks so much, and thank you for having me. You know, when I took this job at the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations back in May, I thought that my industrial portfolio would be $500 million. And then I woke up one day over the summer, and it was now $6 billion. And so, you know, immediately we started to have a lot of one-on-one conversations with industry. And, you know, that follows on some substantial engagement that other offices within the department have done for many years. And I think one of the most exciting things about those conversations was that we found that industry was ready. There was a real willingness to start to take this step, start to make these transformational investments that will really tackle some of the hardest decarbonization challenges in our economy. And, you know, to me, that was incredibly exciting, but we knew that it wasn't just going to be about those investments. We knew that it was going to be about the workforce. We knew that it was going to be about the communities around those manufacturers. And we knew it was going to be about their ability to start to substantiate this market for cleaner products. You know, I grew up in Western Pennsylvania, as it sounds like a lot of people did here. So I saw firsthand the impact of, you know, the last few decades of, you know, the industrial economy in this country. And I think that this is just such a great moment for communities. And you'll see in the funding opportunity announcement that we put out that we really decided, and I say we, but honestly, the Inflation Reduction Act really helped us here. So thanks to the people who thought a lot about it. But I think they're priorities that are so critical to actually ensuring long-term success here. So we're asking manufacturers to put forward their best proposals, and we structured the funding opportunity announcement really deliberately to try and maintain flexibility to let, you know, a number of energy-intensive industries come forward. We are asking them to look at deep decarbonization, and a core component of that is really working across the whole of government on this environmental product declaration work, because it's going to be absolutely critical to start to label these things with a shared methodology so that we know what we're looking at in the market whenever we're looking at cleaner materials. We asked them to prioritize timeliness because we know that the challenge is really right in front of us to start to get towards our clean economy goals, but also because we know that the Inflation Reduction Act asks us to really obligate these materials, these funds by 2026. And so we thought a lot about how to navigate risk because that's important for our portfolio, but also achieve that. We also really want fast followers, which is an important component of timeliness, but also market viability. So we want market viability not just for the technologies. Essentially, we want to buy down the cost of the first-of-a-kind deployments for these things, absorb some of that risk as the federal government, but really invest in the types of projects that can be replicated across the supply chain. And then also we know, as the Inflation Reduction Act asks us to look at, that partnerships or potential partnerships between the producers of the goods and the purchasers are going to be really important to long-term success. And finally, community. So my office centers community benefits in all of our funding opportunity announcements. And those agreements that we ask projects performers to put forward include workforce, they include Justice 40, and they also include diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And the Inflation Reduction Act allowed us to add a fifth pillar here because it said that we needed to look at projects that had the greatest good for the greatest number of people in the facility's location. And that means we can look at things like air quality improvements and really improving these communities, not just for the people who work in these plants, but also the people that live around them. So we're really excited. We know it's a short timeline. We are really grateful for all the thinking that is going on within industry about how to respond, because we know it's not trivial to put these things together, but we also believe that it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to really harness something that is an opportunity for our industry, for our economy, before it becomes a risk. Because we know that consumers are going to be looking for this. And we're so grateful for Buy Clean and some of these other initiatives that can help manufacturers move at this time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, not only for that, but for your leadership on this front. And next we have, actually before I'm going to introduce our next panelist, I should mention that Anna Fenley from the Steelworkers sends her regrets. She just recently came down ill. And I just want to name that the steelworkers were really pioneers of a lot of the various industrial programs that we're talking about today, both on the investment side and also Buy Clean itself. I was, back in California, it was both the steelworkers and the Sierra Club who came together with various industry players to usher the first Buy Clean into law. And we've only grown from there, of course. So it would be remiss if I did not mention the critical role that the steelworkers have been playing in pushing towards clean manufacturing. And again, as I mentioned, Sierra Club was a core partner of all of that. So let me pivot to Hiba Qasim, who is the director of Sierra Club's Living Economy program, where she oversees the campaign's advocacy and other efforts on infrastructure, industrial, trade, and other policies that create good family-sustaining jobs, tackle environmental injustice, and the climate crisis. And her prior work experience includes community and grassroots organizing, policy and political advocacy, and work to empower communities of color and immigrants to eliminate disparities in order to achieve health and racial equity. Hiba, thank you for being here. So I said a brief word at the outset about the need to marry supply and demand. I'm curious if you could say a little bit more from your perspective on why that marriage is important with Buy Clean when it comes to both cutting emissions, both greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution and local pollution, and supporting good jobs.
Thank you, Ben. Oh, sorry. Can everyone hear me fine? I've been told I'm too quiet. Thank you, Ben, and thank you to BGA and Third Way for organizing this event, and thank you to my fellow panelists for your collaboration as we build a cleaner future together. Let's take a step back and name the problem we are trying to solve. We need to address the escalating climate crisis and also harmful health effects from exposure to industrial pollutants. We also need to address the loss of manufacturing jobs and economic injustice in many parts of the country, especially in low-income communities and communities of color. Our solutions must tackle both of these realities. One, addressing the climate crisis without also prioritizing family-sustaining jobs would be unjust and counterproductive. Two, industrial revitalization without safeguarding a livable climate would be disastrous. Demand-side and supply-side efforts offer a unified solution that tackles climate, jobs, and justice. Demand-side efforts like Buy Clean create an exclusive market for adopters of new technologies. This guarantees that these good actors will remain competitive while undergoing a period of learning to optimize new equipment and processes. This safeguards jobs as well as communities that rely on that income. Supply-side investments, like the one Christina's office is offering, make sure that facilities come to this market with cleaner and less carbon-intensive products. And those products will be made with innovative, new processes that might otherwise be too expensive or too early for the facilities to consider. Past case studies show how this dual support can accelerate the adoption of new technologies by industry and lay the foundations for greater employment. In the 1970s, our government set out to reduce our dependence on oil imports by developing renewable technologies. To accelerate the development of solar technology, the U.S. government proactively engaged in both supply-side and demand-side measures to grow the industry. First, the government directed billions of dollars towards research and development. Many historians point out that during the Cold War period, half or more of the key breakthroughs in solar technology occurred in the late 1970s, thanks to the supply-side measure. In addition, the U.S. government purchased 17% of the total global photovoltaic output between 1976 and 1981 in a conscious effort to grow the industry. As a result of this demand-side effort, the price of solar panels fell by 15% between 1974 and 1985, and private sector sales grew more than 10 times during the same period. This program could have delivered a robust domestic solar industry decades ahead of other countries and corresponding growth in domestic employment. But the support was prematurely ended in the 1980s in response to lower oil prices and the effective slandering of environmentalism as a far-left ideology. Nonetheless, we know from this and many other case studies that demand and supply-side efforts combined can jumpstart industrial transformation that delivers good union jobs and moves us toward a more livable planet. Together, they can also work to achieve environmental justice and resilience. Today, we are in a good place to use both levers to grow manufacturing employment here in the U.S. and create a cleaner, safer future. For example, there are resources to purchase lower embodied carbon construction materials, and we look forward to working with the White House BlueGreen Task Force to expand coverage and further accelerate this demand-side transformation of the market. There are resources to help industries adopt ambitious and innovative new equipment and processes. And we also look forward to these supply-side efforts amplifying ongoing efforts not only to decarbonize our industries, but also to safeguard community health and limit the decline of biodiversity. This is also what the public expects and demands from their leaders. The Sierra Club conducted public opinion research and found that Americans see pollution reduction and better community health as the biggest anticipated benefit of Buy Clean policies. The government's success will be partly measured by this outcome in the eyes of the public. And we know where the main areas of focus need to be. Tools developed and made available by the EPA, like the Climate and Economic Justice Screen Tool, show where vulnerable communities are around the country. A study commissioned by the Sierra Club, which will release soon, highlights the emissions intensities of steel, cement, and other facilities across the country, air pollution they produce, and whether they are located alongside vulnerable communities. I want to stress here that we still need more resources, and most importantly, a commitment for sustained public support until widespread adoption in the private sector in coordination with communities and labor unions like the United Steelworkers. I'll stop there and let Ben take the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. I'm looking forward to that study. I'm sure many people in this room would be. Our next speaker is Kevin Dempsey, who is the president and CEO of the American Iron and Steel Institute, which is a leading advocacy group on representing U.S. steel producers. And Kevin previously served as senior vice president of public policy and general counsel to the same institute. And during that time, the institute scored significant trade and infrastructure policy wins and successfully showcased the steel industry's sustainability accomplishments and innovations. Kevin, thank you for being here. What are some examples, if you could name some, that you see in the steel industry to use the investments, particularly in this program that we're highlighting today, to cut emissions and boost competitiveness?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here, and thanks to BlueGreen Alliance and Third Way for including us. You know, I do want to say I'm sorry that Anna Fenley couldn't be here from the steelworkers. We very much value our partnership with the steelworkers on all the work that they're doing on decarbonization for the steel industry and ensuring that that process results in a stronger industry, a competitive industry, one that does support family supporting jobs, union jobs throughout the United States. So I wish her well. For the steel industry in the United States, frankly, first I'd like to say, you know, we have been working hard on the issue of decarbonization for a number of years, frankly, just because it makes good business sense. We're an energy-intensive industry, and so one of the biggest costs is energy. So we have a just because of the relentless competition from imports from abroad. We've had a constant effort to reduce our energy use, which has also resulted in us producing a cleaner product. So today, steel produced in the United States is some of the cleanest steel you can find anywhere around the world. Our emissions per ton of steel are half of what it is in China. We're lower than the other 10 largest steel-producing regions around the world, including the EU, Japan, Korea, India, Japan, and China. But a lot more work needs to be done. A lot of the work up to this point has been focused on electrification. We today produce 70% of our steel using a recycling method where you're melting down steel scrap plus other ore-based metallics in what's called an electric arc furnace. So just by using electricity instead of coal as your power source, we've been able to reduce emissions greatly. And obviously we can continue to do more if we can decarbonize the electricity grid. So we're very supportive of all the provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act that will help further incentivize the greening of our electricity grid. But to make steel, to make all the various grades of steel you need in the United States, especially the more advanced flat-rolled products, you can't simply use scrap steel and recycle it. You need to produce more virgin iron metallics, where you're taking iron ore and you're reducing it to the pure iron that you could then use to make very high quality steel products. And that's the part of the process, what we call the iron making process, that is traditionally been the most carbon intensive. That's the process that has traditionally been when you hear of a blast furnace, where you're putting coal that's been cooked down to something called coke, and you're putting it with iron ore to produce the iron, and that produces a lot of carbon emissions. So a big part of the effort for the industry going forward is to invest in new ways to reduce that iron ore to iron in a cleaner way. And the industry is already doing that. We heard before about some of the newer plants that have been developed, the hot briquetted iron or direct reduced iron facilities like the one in Toledo, Ohio. And there are a number of those around the United States that are using natural gas today to reduce the iron ore to produce the iron that you can make steel. But the future is really, can we move away from carbon altogether? And so one of the key areas that we're very excited about, and that the industry is already investing to be ready for it, is the move to hydrogen. So of using hydrogen iron making to produce a truly clean iron, and where all your emissions are not carbon emissions, but they're water-based emissions. And so that's going to be a very important area where I think there will be a lot of new investment. The good news is the latest new facilities, like the direct reduction facilities being built around the United States, that are currently using natural gas, they've been built so that when we have clean hydrogen available in commercial scale at a competitive price, we can substitute up to 70% of that natural gas. We can substitute clean hydrogen today. But obviously we need to do more to go forward to use complete use of hydrogen. So that's one key area where I think there's going to be a lot of new investments. But I think we need to acknowledge that that's going to be a long-term process. That's not going to happen overnight. And so we're going to go through a period for probably several decades where there's still going to be some carbon involved, especially in the iron-making process. And that's where further investments in carbon capture and storage, especially carbon capture and utilization, especially of that carbon that's produced in the traditional steelmaking process, could be captured, utilized for other purposes, and could help move the industry forward to reduce its carbon emissions while we continue to work for those new, cleaner fuel technologies. So those are a couple of the areas where I think there's going to need to be a lot of innovation, a lot of additional research, and a lot of investment in using new, cleaner fuels. And that doesn't even mention other types of processes like using electrolysis to produce iron directly from electricity. But I think with the investments from the Department of Energy as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, we're bringing the resources to bear to help really make the serious investments in these truly breakthrough technologies that not only allow us to make the incremental improvements, but allow us to then move to that truly deep decarbonization effort that I know we've talked about that's going to be critical to getting to truly net zero steel by 2050. So we're very excited. The industry in the United States has sees decarbonization as a competitive advantage for our industry, that we're already cleaner, and that the future for the steel industry globally is going to be who can produce the cleanest steel, because that's the steel that's going to be in demand around the world, and it's steel that's going to be needed. Because the other thing I'd like to emphasize is not only is steel part of one of the industries that needs to be decarbonized, we're also one of the industries that is essential to help other industries decarbonize, because all of the major green technologies, whether it's wind, solar, whether it's carbon capture, hydrogen processes, electrification of vehicles, those all rely on steel. So we do need to be working towards making the cleanest steel possible. And I just note finally that I think the buy clean aspect of this, we've already seen that produce real benefits for the industry in the United States. We became very engaged with California when it started the Buy Clean California initiative. And in just the last few years, we've gone from where we had very few EPDs in steel to now for the 3 steel mill products that were targeted by Buy Clean California. So it's just a subset of steel, but for hot-rolled structural sections, rebar, and plate, there are 51 plants in the United States making those 3 products. Of those 51 plants today, 48 of those plants are covered by EPDs that provide plant site-specific data. So we've made tremendous progress in the last few years. So it shows how the working with government and the policy with industry can really incentivize significant improvements. So we're excited and look forward to continuing that work.
Exciting indeed. Thank you, Kevin. It's an exciting time to be alive if you work in manufacturing. And we are going to conclude this panel slightly early. And I want to thank all of you, not only for your time today, but for really leaning in over the years to get the wonky details right of Buy Clean, of all these clean infrastructure and clean manufacturing investments. And I think we've heard today, not only in this panel, but on many, if we get those details right, we could be on the cusp of revitalizing manufacturing to the mutual benefit of hard-hit workers and communities and businesses and climate action. That's the win-win-win we're looking for. And I feel like it is again, with such a wonky topic, it's hard to sometimes feel like, oh yeah, it's a really exciting time to be alive. But I actually feel that, because right now we might be on the cusp of a new era, an era of clean manufacturing that many of us have been pushing for many years. So thank you not only for your time here, but for your work towards that end. And now, to continue the discussion, I am passing it on to former BGA Deputy Director and current Center for American Progress Senior Fellow Mike Williams, and former Congressman Tim Ryan. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Fellow of Energy and Environment at the Center for American Progress, Mike Williams, in conversation with Senior Visiting Fellow at Third Way and former Congressman for Ohio's 13th District, Tim Ryan.
It's funny you say that because roll call. you. That was the best experience I've had all day. Thank you.
It's only getting better.
Thank you.
Tim. Everybody, again, Tim Ryan.
Thank you.
So today, at this fantastic summit that thank you to BlueGreen Alliance and Third Way for putting on, really dug into the details of industrial policy, industrial decarbonization, buy clean. We want to go a little bit broader. So let's start. You have a little experience with this, talking to manufacturing workers. What benefits do you think manufacturing workers in their communities can and should see as the U.S. invests from Uncle Ira and Uncle Bill?
Yeah. I think, thank you for, I'm really excited about this happening because I think this is like a really important space that's going to be defining for the country and for the workforce and for our kids, and you guys know the whole impact that we need to have. You know, I think it's like we want workers to feel about this movement as they felt about like the last industrial movement, that there was security, there was an opportunity to get into the middle class, there was dignity, there was a retirement, there was, you know, all of the things that I think a lot of people associated with the good old days, which we know always weren't perfect, but there was security, there was the great American middle class that never happened before, and we need to make sure that they know that this is an opportunity again. And the challenge, I think, for all of us really is that these are people who have largely been ignored for the last 30 or 40 years. They think we're all full of shit, you know, and some of us are, but, you know, like they don't believe, you know, they don't believe. And so that's really the challenge.
Yeah. Are we telling the story? So how do we make sure people are aware of these actions and these investments? How do we tell this story?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, the mechanics of it are the same. You know, you do media, you brand, you do this, you do that. But I think the key really is you've got to have stuff to point to. And I think that's what's exciting about the IRA. That's what's exciting about a lot of the things happening in Ohio. It's like, no, there's a fab going right there because of the CHIPS Act, and there's this and there's that, and so workers are beginning. I would used to tease. We've got General Motors, LG Chem has a battery plant right next to the old Lordstown General Motors facility, and you know it's just kind of funny because everyone's like, no, there's no climate change, you know, whatever, it's not man-made and all that stuff. Take that person from a factory job doing X, Y, or Z, and you put them in a job making batteries to help bend the curve on carbon emissions, and they're getting paid $25 or $30 an hour, and they're in the auto workers union, and they have a pension and this, then go ask them about climate change. Hell yeah, there's climate change. We need to make a lot more of these batteries for the next 30 years so I have job security. That will begin to change people's minds on it.
So this time last year, you were probably in a union hall in Ashtabula or Youngstown or somewhere. Your campaign was incredibly inspiring, and it was specifically noted for how it tapped into the spirit of the industrial Midwest, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what you're going to hopefully be doing with Third Way, and we're all excited to see what comes of that. But for now, for right here, what are some of the challenges that you think policymakers are going to have to overcome to actually make these things really resonant? How do we actually connect? You just talked about the battery plant, but you know, the folks in this room, fellow nerds and such, what do we need to do?
Well, I think from a very pragmatic standpoint, you need permitting reform. It has to happen. It's like the coalition is there for it to happen, and it needs to happen because the money will not be able to get deployed from the bills that we passed. It's not going to happen. You're not going to have the transmission lines to be able to do all this stuff that we want to do. And so it's got to be like we've got to set the politics aside, This is a huge win, I think, for the country if we can do it. I think it's probably the only thing that realistically of any significance that can pass in the next 2 years, because the coalition, I think, is there. And I think we've got to get that done. So like that's pretty like an uneventful comment. But it is actually
probably more eventful than you think.
Yeah, well, we need to get it done. We really do, and it'd be nice to have a bipartisan effort, even if it's on one thing, and that may be it.
I'm guessing from your experience, the excuse of gridlock does not work with working people.
No. Well, again, like I said, they all think we're full of it. Nothing gets done and all of that, and so that's why I think the permitting thing is important. That it can unlock and really make these investments real. I think they're already becoming real. Like I said, in Ohio, we've got battery plants. Honda's doing something. Intel's doing the chip manufacturing. The downstream's coming from that. The suppliers now up in Lordstown. It's like so heartening to see, because it's like we know manufacturing has a big ripple effect, and so we were really excited. And I give Mary Bear all the credit in the world. They closed the Lordstown factory, and all guys like me were saying to her, like, I understand you have overcapacity, whatever, don't forget us. Just don't forget us. Like, this community has been loyal to you for, since 1966. Factory used to have 16,000 workers in it, if you could imagine that. Don't forget us. And so they put the battery plant there, and it'll be probably 1,500 workers there. They're going to all be union. But I've got a little nerd in me too. So I got excited when the suppliers to the battery plant started looking for places to locate their factory. Because guys like me were like, we need this, and then the supply chain and tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3, and get all geeked out on that stuff. But to see it happening, in an old steel mill plot of land, 2 or 3 suppliers to the battery facilities happening. That's why it's like you don't know if it's the chicken or the egg. Like, what are we talking about first here? How great this is, and how many jobs are going to come. But there's nothing quite like the jobs actually being there, and you're pointing to them, and the construction company comes in, and the city's doing the water and the sewer, and everyone's kind of hearing about it, and then it comes, and then tax revenues go up, and then the city has a little bit of money to pave the roads or do whatever. Like, there's nothing like it actually happening. And when I think about guys like Sherrod Brown running in 2 years, he's going to have presidential turnout, which is going to help him. But we've got a lot of crossover appeal. We had 400,000 split ticket voters in Ohio that voted for Mike DeWine and voted for me. But Sherrod Brown's going to have an advantage because these things are going to be up and running. Like, there'll be thousands of people building the Intel facility because of the CHIPS Act. Honda's doing a battery plant. There'll be 2,000 workers actually, or 1,500 to 2,000 workers actually at the battery plant working in Lordstown. Like, Foxconn came in and bought Lordstown, the General Motor facility, and they have like 6 or 7 different vehicles coming out, like a truck, 4 cars, like a little tractor for like wine. For vineyards and specialty crops. Like, I showed up at the Lordstown facility, and I'm shaking hands, going around saying hello to everybody, and it was the new, I think it's called the Monarch tractor, electric tractor. And I meet this guy, and I said, I'm Tim Ryan. And he says, I forget his first name, he says, his last name was Mondavi. I said, the Mondavi? He's like, yeah, the Mondavi. And I said, well, it's like you have a weird dream one night, and you're like, I was in the General Motors factory, and I met a winemaker, and like, that, what happened? You wake up, and you're like, what was I thinking about last night? But those are the kind of like transformational things that are happening that, Sherrod's going to be able to point to, and I think we're collectively going to be able to point to. But again, permitting reform, get this money out the door, have a lot more stuff. Unionize these workers so that they know they're getting cut in on the deal. Yep. I thought it was interesting, not to get too far afield here, but you guys probably have read I think it was Celinda Lake and others did the factory town analysis. I thought it was really interesting about the sentiment to unions in these factory towns, because a lot of people thought that, oh, the unions let these companies leave, and so they hated unions in these old towns and, along the Ohio River and all that, and mostly industrial Midwest. But it was the opposite. There was still a lot of nostalgia for union jobs, because in this environment, the last 20 or 30 years, there's a lot of insecurity. And so that speaks to that insecurity by saying, no, there's good union jobs that, pay well. And I think having that wrapped into this is going to be a good thing.
Yeah, and this gets to, you used the word dignity before. And so people who find purpose and passion in their life, in their work, and how we ensure that. So one, there's this broader, how do we ensure that? You used the word multiple times, at least in my opinion, the word's union. Mm-hmm. And so with a lot of the investments that we've made, we've put conditions on them, social conditions. So you have to pay prevailing wages, registered apprenticeship programs, buy America, buy American. Mm-hmm. This is about unionizing our workforce. There's been some pushback on some of that from the typical places like Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal. Oh, you're making it too hard on companies. How important is it to, when you're spending taxpayer dollars, to say, no, if they want this money, it's got to be union jobs?
Well, I thought there was a really interesting column, I think it was yesterday, from Energy Futures Initiative, Moniz's group, and it was talking about how important it is for the corporate leadership to say that's okay, to say it's okay. Come on, guys. I mean, I told myself when I walked out here I wasn't going to swear, and I've already violated that once. But come on, do you not see what's happening in the country? Do you not see the economic inequality? Do you not see the insecurity? Do you not see the deaths of despair? Do you not see the suicides? Do you not see the mental health issues? Do you not see this? Half the kids that go to our public schools live in poverty? What are we doing? Go in there, embrace the unions. I think what Howard Schultz is doing is disgraceful. Not to get out on a complete tangent, but it's obviously you have a problem with your workers, dude. Go talk to them and help them work with them. Make it a part of the solution. Bring them in. And the Energy Futures thing was talking about, I think it was U.S. Steel, during the war. It's they weren't going to have labor strife. They went and they figured it out. They worked it out. Well, here we are at another inflection point. And so I think letting them know it's okay. And look at all the union workers who do our energy system, our power plants and all. This is a sophisticated group of people. These are not some bust out group that you just give them a hammer and a nail and they go do things. They're running power lines. They're figuring out. They're building skyscrapers that go to the moon. I mean, it's an incredible skill set to be honored, to be respected. And so I think the CEOs of the future, who we need in America, are the ones who are going to embrace it and say, come on in, man, you guys are the most skilled workers. We're not going to agree on everything, but you're part of this company. And this thing is not going to hum without having you there. And I think that's the one piece that I think the CEOs need to have. And then I think getting back kind of a little bit to the messaging of both where the CEOs, the leaders, the philanthropists, the union heads, is what's the big vision? And this is my kind of criticism of Democrats has been why? Why are we doing all this? What's the why? It's IRA, it's this, it's that. We talk of, I still think that one of Jimmy Carter's advisors had one of the best lines about Democrats. He says, Democrats show up to a gunfight with a 10-point policy proposal. And so I think we have to have that big vision. And here's how I think you do it. I think there's this rift with the workers, and their kids, right? The kids are climate, Republican or Democrat, young or demographic, climate's one. They're scared. They have good reason to be, because it's not the planet that's going to go away. It's going to be us, It's you look at migration patterns, you look at, hurricanes hitting New York and what that's going to do to the island. I mean, oh my God, how are you going to get 13 million people out of the city? It's nuts, right? To even conceive of that, which is why these kids are so concerned. But there's a disconnect with, I think, a lot of the parents, not in places like D.C. or some of the key centers of the country, but I think in the industrial Midwest, we have an opportunity with the clean energy economy and the manufacturing economy to give purpose to our workers, to where a mom or a dad who works at a battery plant in Youngstown, Ohio, whether they're white or black or brown or gay or straight, you can go home to your kid and you will have earned their respect because you're solving the problem for them. It's not just the inventors, it's not just the entrepreneurs, it's not just the investors. It's the workers, the guys and men and women who built the last industrial age are going to be the men and women who build the next industrial age. And so we need to, I think, help craft that big vision that clearly the Republicans aren't going to do. They don't, there is no vision there. We have a vision, we just don't talk about it appropriately or have in an aspirational way. And I just think that we could step into a space that would be so exciting where you're tying workers in Youngstown who are making batteries into a huge vision for America, manufacturing, and most importantly, their kids. So when you come home and you take your boots off at the end of the day, you can tell your kid, I'm doing my part for you, baby. That's what this is all about. We live for our kids, and so give them that purpose.
So do you think? So this is really interesting, Tim. Here in our fireside chat, perhaps you all represent the fire. The lights of the fire. No, the passion here is the fire. Do you feel hopeful that we can? Well, on a few things. Do you feel hopeful that the politics around climate change are changing and how this schism between good jobs and solving climate change that has existed for a long time, but it's perhaps on a path toward healing, or we can see a path? And also, do you feel hopeful that, because we saw over the last 8+ years, working people drifting away from progressive solutions towards all sorts of things, but especially on clean energy and climate. Mm-hmm. Do you have hope that on these two issues?
I mean, I was in Congress 20 years. Hope is like an emotion I need to reconnect with. We did some amazing things. Like, this stuff is in the pipeline. It is happening. So in that regard, I do feel like we are making progress. I really do. And now that the last couple months I've been in the private sector, and I feel like there are real people doing some really cool things. There are really cool companies that are starting to move the needle. And so, but the thing is, like, the clock's ticking. Like, I mean, and you, like, where I feel hopeful at times, I feel despair at times too, because, like, you see a lot of countries, the Bank of England and others, saying, like, forget these goals. There's no chance we're getting there. Like, we're not going to do it. You look at a company, it's like, well, our goals are, sustainability in 2050. 2050? Mm-hmm. I'm like, we're all going to be dead by 2050. I mean, it feels, like, I know that you got to have goals, but it's like, and then you watch what's going on with the weather. Oh, God, it's amazing. And so, that makes me anxious. And I'm not generally an anxious person, but I do it's 2023. You keep talking about 2030. It's like right around the corner. And the older you get, those of you who are older know that, like, why does time go quicker when you get older? Has anyone figured that out yet? It's like, this is going by pretty quick, and then you do the math with your kids.
Having kids doesn't help.
No, I mean, so I'm thinking, like, our Mason and Bella are like 20 and 19. It's like 7 years, they're going to be 27, and they're probably going to live to be 100. Like, they're going to be taking this thing on the chin. I mean, they're going to be really dealing with some nasty stuff. I mean, we're in Ohio, so it's, we're not on the coasts, but there's still, there's going to be a lot of challenges, and the politics could be untenable. You look at island nations, you look at, nations with large swaths of coastland, you worry about that stuff, which is, I hope, motivation, fire for us to get out there and just keep pushing. But I want us to be smart. Like my frustration, and many of you in this room know that I've had a frustrating relationship with the Democratic Party, and it's because we just don't know how to talk about things. And I think if we can talk about things with some emotional connectivity to average people, they will follow us, because the alternative is like, you can't, like most people, like Trump, he has his 35%. No one's going to convince any of those people. There's still an openness in the middle if we could figure out how to rebrand our party and tie all this together, which is why this particular event is like exciting, because this is happening. So you guys give me hope. This is good.
Hey, there you go. Good work. We're bringing hope back to town.
Bring hope back.
Good work.
Thank you for indulging my therapy session there. Does anyone have a cigarette? No, just kidding.
No, I do not. That was a passionate plea for climate action. Did you feel you could do that when you were on the trail? And especially, did you feel like you could do that when you're talking to working people?
Yeah, well, we had examples, and I was just kind of putting it in context, like with Sherrod, like fast forward 2 years, it's a much more powerful argument than it was for me to say, look, and like I think it worked, because obviously we got the crossover vote. So I think it worked. I think working people trusted me, that I wasn't completely full of it, that I meant it. There were real things that we were pointing at. We put workers front and center in the campaign, and so yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. It's just got to be real. Like, so much of this stuff is not policy, and that's another thing that like the Jimmy Carter joke. Like, it's not policy. It's just not. It's trust. It's connecting emotionally with people. I mean, all the great leaders of sports, politics, religion, whatever. There's an emotional connection to the rank and file, and I fear that we have lost the emotional connection to the rank and file folks, and that this whole thing about manufacturing workers has got to embody that, and we need candidates who come from working class families, who come from union families. This is not our job here today, but like who are we recruiting to run for office? Where do they come from? What's their family story? I was up at Harvard talking to Institute of Politics the other night, and this one kid says, I'm running for office. And he said, what's the first thing I should do? And I said, the first thing you should do is not tell anybody you went to Harvard. But, and there's nothing wrong with Harvard. Don't get me wrong. We need well-educated, thoughtful people who have a big view of the world, but we got to get that back. I got this picture in my office of Bobby Kennedy with a coal miner. He's got his sleeves rolled up and just, typical Kennedy, like, connectivity. He's got his arm on the guy. Guy's dirty as shit. He's got the hat on.
That's two.
I didn't want to get out of here with just one. But it was just like, here's a rich kid, right, from, very privileged background. How is he connecting? How did President Kennedy connect? They had suffering. They had pain. They had death. They lost a brother in the war. President Kennedy lost people in PT 109. Bobby lost a brother. There was a realness, we're social animals, and if we want those folks to follow us, we've got to be as real can be. And everyone uses the word authentic and all that, which I hate that word now because everyone's using it. But there's truth to it. You got to be a real leader.
I always think of a signature on a baseball. When they say authentic, that's what comes to mind. Like, yeah, it's like Mickey Mantle signed my balls and authenticated.
Well,
so it's like an imprint.
It's like another word that like Democrats figure out how to say be real, and you got to use some word like authentic. It's like, okay. So nobody in Youngstown saying authentic, unless it's maybe about a baseball card or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to sum up, people shouldn't admit to going to Harvard. We shouldn't. You have no hope because Congress killed your hope.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is fantastic, Tim, and I think as we're winding up, happy opening day, by the way, to all baseball fans who celebrate, myself included. You're like the Ricky Vaughn or Mariano Rivera. It's a major league reference. In this last moment, right before the reception, I want to give you a moment because you're really leaning into something that's around the soul and the heart of politics, and we talk so much about policy and about the mechanics that come after politics. How do we do both at the same time? Do you have advice in thinking around this? Because it sounds like you're saying sometimes we just have to set aside our nerddom, our fellow nerddom, and just really go for the soul and the heart. Is that what you're saying?
So in the art of war, there's a component of it that talks about orthodox to extraordinary, and you meet people in the orthodox, and then you lead them to the extraordinary. And I sometimes think we start in the extraordinary. We start with we're going to clean the environment. Here's the tech. Here's all the cool stuff, but we've not met people where they are, and so you have to do both. But if you're just living in the extraordinary, there's no connectivity to lead, and so we've got, I think, this part down. Everybody likes to listen to a leader who they feel like the leader cares about them, the leader knows them, the leader understands them, they're included. And so they're connected, and then they're listening to where are we going? Where are you taking us? Grew up playing a lot of sports and was in a lot of locker rooms with a lot of really good coaches, and they would inspire you, and you'd be like, God, all right, what offense are we running? What do you want me to learn? What do you want me to do? How do you want me to act? How do you want me to behave? Because I was emotionally connected to the coach. And so our messaging, I think, when we talk about it, from Third Way and the BlueGreen and, the unions or whoever, it's like it's got to start with the emotional. And then once you have that, they're going to listen to where where we want to lead them. And they'll know that wherever we go, we're going to have them in mind. We're going to be concerned because they're emotionally connected. I think, quite frankly, like Trump did the first part of this, absolutely seared in emotionally with a large swath of the country, knocked down the blue wall. There's evidence across the board. Then he led us to a very, very dark place, But you can't ignore the fact that there was this real connection that he had with a lot of people who felt unseen, unheard. And so my only advice is we need to start there. We have the policies. We passed them. Like I said, we think we need this one more piece with the permitting. But the reality of it is we've got to let folks know that the Democrats, the progressive movement, however you want to talk about it, really do care. And if you get that, they're going to – you walk up to the podium and say we're going to the moon, and they'll be like, all right. You're the engineers, you figure this out. You're the companies, you figure this out. Congress will fund it. Everyone's like, yeah, we're going to the moon. Why? Because we love that guy. He said we can go to the moon. We're going to the moon. Yeah. We're going to win a Super Bowl. We're going to do whatever. So anyway, thanks for having me. Keep up the good work, and go get a drink. I never want to stand between a room of nerds and a free alcohol. So,
like Mariano Rivera, as a Yankees fan, you've closed it perfectly. Thank you, everybody. Tim Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. That was great. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Third Way, John Milko.
Thank you to Mike and Tim for that discussion. I know I can be guilty of getting a little lost in the policy weeds, so I think it's helpful to, in this case, have unique insight into how these issues resonate with voters, particularly those in areas with a strong manufacturing presence. So I'm John Milko. I work on Buy Clean and industrial policy at Third Way. And I know I'm the last thing standing between you and an open bar, so I'll be brief. I just want to thank our great partners at BlueGreen Alliance, especially Charlie Martin and my wonderful my wonderful colleagues at Third Way that helped us conceive of this event and bring it to fruition. As we've heard about today from folks throughout government and the private sector, there have been enormous advancements in clean procurement and industrial policy since we hosted the Buy Clean Summit in 2019. Thanks to the previous Congress and the Biden administration, we're taking steps to strengthen the American manufacturing sector and create good-paying jobs at home, all while addressing a major source of climate pollution. And we're growing our coalition of advocates, as is reflected in the broad range of organizations in this room today and watching on live stream. We wanted to hold this event to highlight that growth and provide an opportunity for all of us to meet, for many of us, for the first time in person. And as was said a lot today, stakeholder engagement is crucial to the success of Buy Clean and the Industrial Investments Program. And that's why we're so encouraged to see all of you here today, partners old and new, to help ensure American industry benefits from the tremendous momentum we have here behind embodied carbon policy. And lastly, on a personal note, if you'll indulge a new father, I've had 2 kids since I've started working on these issues, and I'm proud of, and I think we can all be proud of, the work we're doing here today to strengthen the workforce and create a more livable climate for their generation and those beyond. So thank you again, and look forward to continuing our work together. Thanks.
Thank you again for joining us today. Just a quick reminder that we have drinks and food in our reception area over on the other side of the venue. Thank you.